Dragon's Claim by Celeste King.
To what extent will you go to save the only family you have left?
For Marjorie, that's into the forest, in search of a dragon named Zegorah.
He is the only one who could have her siblings. Or so she thought.
What happens when the suspected enemy becomes the ally?
Only one way to find out.
Want to get your hands on all the juicy content YouTube is too shy to show?
Head on over to worldsofprothika.com and don't forget to use code YouTube30 to reap your own little 30% discount on digital content.
Be sure to give us a like or drop a comment below to show your support so we can continue to bring you full, free audiobooks.
You're listening to Celeste King's The Dragon's Claim. Chapter 1. Marjorie. The sickle trembles in my raw, blistered hands as another crack of the whip splits the air. My teeth grind together, jaw clenching at Old Man Webber's cry of pain. Move faster, human filth. The dark elf overseer's voice carries across the wheat field. The sun's still up, and half the field remains untouched. Sweat trickles down my neck, despite the biting cold. I adjust my threadbare cloak with one hand, the other maintaining a white-knuckled grip on my tool. The temptation to swing it at the overseer's smug face grows with each passing moment. "Keep your head down," Sarah whispers from the row beside me. Her face is streaked with dirt and exhaustion. "Your siblings need you in one piece." My fingers brush against the woven bracelet at my wrist. She's right. I can't risk Jerome and Manny losing the only family they have left. Still, the weight of the sickle calls to me, promising swift justice. What was that, slave? The overseer's boots crunch through the wheat stalks. Perhaps you need motivation to work rather than gossip. No, sir. The words taste like ash in my mouth. We're working. Another crack of the whip, closer this time. Then prove it. Or shall I visit the children's quarter tonight? My hands squeeze the sickle's handle so tight, splinters dig into my palms. The blade gleams in the setting sun, and for a moment I imagine the satisfaction of burying it in his chest. But Jerome's gap-toothed smile flashes through my mind, followed by Manny's quiet laugh. I force my grip to loosen and return to cutting wheat. The overseer's laughter fades as he moves down the line. That's what I thought. Know your place, human. Ever since I'd begun working in the fields, when I was 15, I'd dreamed of a life where the dark elves didn't chase our nightmares and force us into slavery. Death is the punishment for defying their orders, and the worst kind of death is a sentence to the dark elf estate. There, it is said the dark elf lord tortures humans for days on end. No one has ever lived to tell, but if the elves' lord is anything like the overseer, black hair and shark teeth, I'd believe anything. Sarah shoots me a look from across the field, lets go while he's not watching, and I nod once. When the overseer's back is turned, we steal through the high-reaching crop stalks, running to the storage shed. We crouch behind weathered timbers, while twilight creeps over the settlement. The smell of rotting wood mingles with the metallic tang of blood from the punishment post nearby. Neither of us dare glance to see the remains of the body strung on the post. "Did you hear about Marcus?" Sarah's voice barely carries over the evening breeze. "They took him to the estate yesterday." My stomach churns. What was his crime? Looking a noble in the eye. She wraps her arms around herself. They say he screamed for hours before falling silent. The Dark Lord's probably not done with him yet. "Those pointed-eared bastards!" I grip my bracelet tight. "Keep your voice down." Sarah glances around. Remember what happened to Elena's family when she spoke against them? All of them, even the baby. The things they do in that estate. I shudder at the thought and look to the dark elf estate on the ragged hill, overlooking the village and the surrounding forest. "The screams carry all the way to Lowtown some nights," Sarah continue. "And they're magic. It's not natural. The way their eyes glow when they're angry, how their skin seems to ripple." Like demons wearing elf skin, I whispers. My grandmother used to say they crawled out of hell itself, that they feed on human suffering to maintain their immortality. Anger wraps a strong fist around my heart. Someday, those elves would suffer for all the pain and carnage they'd put my people through. Sarah must see my mind at work, because she grabs my arm and whispers fiercely, "Promise me you won't do anything stupid, Marge." I nod, but my jaw remains clenched. The dark elves may own our bodies, but they'll never own our spirits, not while I still draw breath. We return to our post minutes later, avoiding the dark elves stationed across the field. Fortunately, it isn't long before the overseer sounds the horn, signalling the end of the day. The trek home stretches before me, past the dark elf soldiers who always gather at Lowtown's border. Their armour gleams in the dying light, a reminder of who holds the power here. I keep my eyes fixed on the muddy path, shoulders hunched. Their laughter carries on the wind as I pass. Look at this one, almost pretty for a human. Wouldn't waste my time, probably crawling with fleas. Every part of my body screams with the effort of walking, of breathing. Once the people of the Lowtown come of age, they elves sentence us to work the fields, from sun up to sundown. No doubt our lifespans have shortened over the decades the elves have reigned. I've seen some villagers drop dead in the field from hunger and thirst. The elves sometimes do nothing but let the crows feed on the body. So many times I've seen my body in the fallen, lying dead in the field. I'd survived this long out of sheer stubbornness. My nails dig into my palms, but I keep walking, one foot in front of the other. The wooden door of our home creaks as I push it open, and suddenly small arms wrap around my waist. "Marge, you're back!" Jerome's gap-toothed grin beams up at me. Behind him, Manny waves from his spot by our threadbare cushions. "Did you bring anything?" Jerome bounces on his toes, hope shining in his eyes. I pull 2 small rolls from my pocket, saved from my meagre lunch ration. "Here, split these." "But what about you?" Manny's quiet voice carries across the room. "Already ate." The lie comes easily, practiced. My stomach growls in protest, but I ignore it. "Now tell me about your day. Did you finish those reading exercises I left?" Jerome launches into a story about the alphabet while breaking the roll in half, sharing with his brother. I light our single oil lamp, its weak flame casting shadows on the walls of our tiny home. Their voices wash over me, innocent and untouched by the day's cruelties. For now, at least, they can still smile. My stomach clenches as I watch them share the meagre bread, crumbs falling onto our threadbare blanket. The shadows from our oil lamp dance across their faces, making them look older, haunted. Hunger has begun to hollow out their under-eyes, draining their tiny bodies of the nutrients they so desperately need. And then Tommy showed me this cool whistle he found. Jerome's words snag my attention. "Wait," I snap forward, grabbing his wrist. "Tommy who? You know, from 3 houses down, the one with the dash." "Shh." I press a finger to my lips, glancing at our thin walls. "Lower your voice." Jerome's eyes widen. "But Tommy's gone missing, haven't seen him in days." The bread in my throat turns to sawdust. Sarah's whispered words from the field echo in my mind. 2 more taken this week. Little Beth and that boy from the Copper Street. All they found was his wooden whistle. "When?" My voice comes out hoarse. "When did you last see him?" 3 days ago. Jerome shrugs. His ma's been asking around, but... "Stop." I pull both boys closer, their small bodies warm against mine. "Listen carefully. No more playing outside after sunset. Stay where I can see you." "But, no buts." My fingers find my bracelet, twisting the worn threads. "And if anyone approaches you, anyone, you run straight home, even if they're from Lowtown. Understand?" Manny nods, but Jerome's face scrunches in protest. "We're not babies anymore." "Jerome," My voice cracks. Please. Something in my tone must reach him because he slumps against me, nodding. Outside, footsteps crunch past our door. We freeze, barely breathing, until they fade away. Good. I smooth their hair, trying to keep my hands from shaking. Now, about those reading exercises. Jerome's soft snores mix with Manny's quiet breathing as I pull the threadbare blanket higher over their shoulders. I settle onto my thin sleeping mat, but rest eludes me. The wooden floorboards dig into my back through the worn fabric. Above me, cobwebs stretch across the ceiling beams like threads of silver. What would it feel like to walk through the market without hunching my shoulders? To meet the dark elves' eyes without fear of punishment? To know my brothers would never go hungry again? For centuries, the civilians of the Lowtown have lived in fear of the dark elves. They invaded our land and claimed ownership over our people, brandishing their power through forceful enslavement. To them, we are little more than animals made to harvest the land and serve their population. None of us have slept peacefully in years, always watching over our shoulder to see if a disgruntled elf decided to whip us for their pleasure. My hand finds the bracelet at my wrist, fingers working the familiar threads. Muma used to say there was magic in the world once. Real magic, the magic of Prathika, not just the parlour tricks the dark elves use to keep us in line. In her stories, Mother said the elves worship the 13 hungry maws, sacred deities that have been alive for millennia. The 13, she said, possessed incredible power that could reshape mountains and command the elements. If such a story could be believed. I treasured my mother's stories as a young girl when the world seemed like a colourful place filled with love. Then I grew to see how being human was a punishment from the elves. Love was as wanton as Mother's stories of magic. A deep rumble echoes from the cliffs behind the dark elf estate, like distant thunder. But the air is crisp and clear, no storm clouds in sight. The sound comes again, deeper this time, resonating in my chest. My breath catches. Whatever was making that sound wasn't from natural causes. I press my palm against the floor, feeling the vibrations travel through the wooden planks. The noise fades, leaving the stillness of the night in its wake. Whatever lurks in those cliffs is powerful, dangerous. Chapter 2. Marjorie. The market reeks of despair and rotting vegetables. My boots squelch through mud as I weave between the sparse stalls, clutching my worn coin pouch. 2 copper pieces won't buy much, but it must last us through the week. Did you hear about the miller's daughter? A woman's whisper catches my ear. I slow my pace, pretending to examine a display of withered root vegetables. Taken right from her bed, another voice responds. 3rd one this week. My fingers find my bracelet, twisting the threads. The boys should be safe at home. They promised to stay inside. Marjorie. Sarah, my field companion, grabs my arm. Her eyes are red-rimmed. Have you seen my Tommy? Please, tell me you've seen him. The bread vendor behind her averts his gaze. We all know what happens to the missing children. None ever return. I'm sorry. The words taste bitter. Jerome mentioned... They're getting bolder. Sarah's nails dig into my skin, taking them in broad daylight now, right off the streets. A commotion erupts near the square. People scatter as 3 dark elf guards stride through, their silver armour gleaming. Each elf's eyes are as black as their long hair, slicked back behind their shoulders. My heart pounds. I should have left the boys with old Ms. Reed today, where they'd be safer. Keep your children close, Sarah hisses, releasing me. The Dark Ones hunger for fresh sacrifices. The guards pause at a nearby stall. One points at a young girl hiding behind her mother's skirts. That one would please the master, he says, voice carrying across the sudden silence. I sprint through the muddy streets, my heart hammering against my ribs. The mother's scream from the market still echoes in my ears. My boots splash through puddles, sending dirty water up my legs. A raspy voice cuts through the din of the marketplace behind me. The dragon knows. The dragon sees. I freeze. The voice comes from a hunched figure in the shadows of a crumbling storefront. Most people hurry past, averting their eyes, but something in his words sinks its hooks into me. What did you say about the dragon? The old man's rheumy eyes fix on me. His clothes hang in tatters, but there's a sharp intelligence in his gaze. Zegorah, the great beast of the cliffs, not what they say, not what they claim. You're talking nonsense. But I step closer, drawn by the urgency in his voice. Met him, I did. Years ago. Could have eaten me whole. He beckons me nearer with a crooked finger. Didn't though. Spoke to me, he did. Voice like thunder. You expect me to believe a dragon let you live? Truth's in the eyes, girl. Look. He pulls down his collar, revealing a scale-shaped burn mark on his neck. His mark could have killed me, chose not to. My fingers twist my bracelet. Why are you telling me this? Because you listened, others run, you stayed. His voice drops to a whisper. Dark ones lie about him, use his name for their own evil, but he's more than their pet monster. I lean closer, my voice barely a whisper. What did he look like? The old man's eyes glaze over, lost in memory. Thought he was one of them dark ones at first, tall, proud-like, but different. His gnarled fingers trace the air. Skin had these scales, see? Like bits of black glass catching moonlight. And those ears, sharp as knives they were, sharper than any elf's. You're saying he looked like a dark elf? Only for a moment. He grabs my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong. Then the air shifted, like heat rising from summer stones. His form, it grew and grew. My bracelet digs into my skin as I twist it. Into what? Wings black as midnight, spreading wider than tallest trees, scales like polished obsidian, and those eyes. He releases my wrist, shuddering. Molten gold they were, with slits like a serpent's. But he didn't kill you. That's the thing, ain't it? His wild eyes lock onto mine. Could have snapped me up like a sparrow. Instead, he spoke, voice like rolling thunder, asked me questions about the dark ones, about their ways. He taps his temple. Dragons ain't mindless beasts, girl. Not like the stories they tell us. Not like them dark ones who kill our children for sport. Dragons kill for purpose, food, territory, treasure. But never. He spits on the ground. Never for cruel pleasure like them pointed-eared bastards. Why are you telling me this? Because you got that look, same as I did back then, looking for answers, for hope. He touches the burn mark on his neck. Maybe you'll find what I found. Maybe more. A child's cry from down the street snaps me back to reality. The boys. I need to check on them. I have to go. Remember, he calls after me. Dragon knows more than they think. Dragon sees more than they know. The old man's words echo in my mind as I hurry through Lowtown's winding streets. My gaze drifts to the distant cliffs where shadows dance against jagged rock faces. Something moves up there, a dark shape against the clouds. My heart skips. Not cruel like the elves, I whisper, testing the words on my tongue. A guard patrol marches past, their silver armour catching the dying sunlight. I press myself against a wall, head bowed. But for the first time, I find myself studying them. Really studying them. Their power has always seemed absolute, unquestionable. But what if there's something stronger? The cliffs loom larger now, their peaks disappearing into low-hanging clouds. Another shadow moves, larger this time. My fingers find my bracelet again, twisting the worn threads. The dragon knows. The dragon sees. The old man's raspy voice plays in my head. I turn back to the cliffs. Something powerful enough to make even the dark elves pay tribute. Something they fear enough to offer sacrifices to. But according to the old man, something that shows mercy? The concept seems as mythical as the dragon, Zegorah. My heart pounds against my ribs. The dark elves' cruelty knows no bounds. But a dragon might have limits, rules, purpose. The wind carries a distant roar, so faint it might have been my imagination. The fine hairs on my neck stand. Up in those cliffs, past the forest's edge, lives a power greater than anything in Lowtown, allegedly. Greater, perhaps, than the dark elves themselves. I touch the scar on my cheek, a reminder of their casual cruelty. What if there's another way? What if the dark elves didn't rule our people? The old man's words bit at my heels as I raced home that evening. Breath caught in my chest, skirts tangled around my ankles. I had practically stumbled through the front door. All my worries had melted when I saw Jerome and Manny reading their books on the rug. Yet peace hadn't quite found me. It's been hours since we went to bed, and I continue to stare at the wooden beams above. Sleep refuses to come, my mind racing with the day's revelations. Through the gaps in our weathered roof, stars peek through, reminding me of the old man's description of scales glinting like black glass. A soft whimper draws my attention. Jerome thrashes in his sleep, tangled in his threadbare blanket. "Shh," I whisper, crossing the room to smooth his hair. "You're safe." But for how long? My fingers find my bracelet again, twisting the familiar threads. The miller's daughter, Tommy, that young girl in the market, all gone. Sacrificed to appease a dragon who, if the old man speaks true, never asked for such offerings. Manny rolls over, his small face peaceful in sleep. My throat tightens. They're all I have left, all I've fought to protect since our parents. Another distant roar echoes from the cliffs, closer this time. Or maybe my mind's playing tricks, hearing what it wants to hear. The dark elves have always seemed invincible, their magic and cruelty absolute. But a dragon, a real dragon, that's power of a different sort entirely. The dragon knows. The dragon sees. The old man's words echo in my head. But what would Zegorah want in return for his help? The dark elves offer children. What could I possibly offer that would interest a creature of such power? My hand drifts to the scar on my cheek, remembering the price of defiance. The boys shift in their sleep, and my resolve hardens. Whatever the cost, it has to be better than watching more children disappear. Better than living in constant fear of when they'll come for my brothers. I press my palm against the rough wall, feeling the night air seep through the cracks. The cliffs loom in the distance, a darker shadow against the star-studded sky. Somewhere up there, a dragon waits. A dragon who perhaps isn't the monster we've been led to believe.
Chapter 3. Zegorah. The gold glints beneath my talons as I sort through their latest offering. Pathetic. A few enchanted gems catch the light, their magic weak and predictable. These dark elves think they can buy my favor with trinkets meant to impress lesser beings. I push aside a gaudy crown with my claw. Is this what passes for treasure these days? The soft clink of metal against metal echoes through the cavern. The sound reminds me of home, of Fouar Island's grand hoards. This collection, while vast, lacks the subtle magic that once filled our ancestral caves. Magic that existed long before humans graced Prothika. A breeze sweeps through my cavern, carrying the scent of salt and magic, remnants of home clinging to an old, enchanted shell in my collection. The aroma stirs memories of Fouar Island's crystalline beaches, where dragon younglings once practiced their first flights under the safety of the glamour. I stretch my wings, brushing against the rough cave walls. This lair, while spacious, lacks the grandeur of our ancestral homes. The dark elves' tributes pile in corners like discarded toys, their magical signatures dim compared to the treasures I left behind. Lord Zegorah. A dark elf messenger's voice echoes from the cave entrance. The elf wears simple robes, likely a Zegorah elf of the working class. We bring offerings. I curl my lip. Enter. Their footsteps falter as they approach, fear spiking their scent. 3 elves shuffle forward, carrying a chest between them. Their leader, dressed in embroidered gold robes, bows low. The council hopes these gifts please you. I snort, smoke curling from my nostrils. Place it with the others. They scramble to comply, nearly dropping the chest in their haste. Pathetic. On Fuer Island, even the smallest wormling commanded more genuine respect than this facade of reverence. Will you continue to protect our borders, my lord? As long as your tributes remain adequate. The words taste bitter. Here I am, reduced to playing guardian to lesser beings who'd sooner see me chained than truly revered. They bow again and retreat, their relief palpable. Once they're gone, I shift back into my humanoid form, feeling my skin sag and rebind to my slim muscular build. My gnarled dragon horns retract into smaller horns at the crown of my head, hair dark as pitch slicked back over my shoulders. The new chest with 1 claw. More enchanted trinkets, no doubt. Nothing like the ancient artifacts that once filled the great hoards of my homeland. The isolation weighs heavier than usual today. Perhaps it's time for a flight, to feel the wind beneath my wings as I once did over Fuer's sacred peaks. A commotion draws my attention to the settlement below. The dark elves are dragging someone through the streets, another display of their supposed power. My lip curls. Savages playing at being rulers. At least on Fuer we had standards. The breeze carries snippets of their harsh voices up to my perch. Something about missing children. Always the same threats. The same tired displays of dominance. I sift through the various coins piled into the elves' chest. Cascades of jewels and stolen goods tumble off the pile down at my feet. Their tributes grow more meaningless with each passing season. Perhaps it's time to remind them why they fear the shadows in these cliffs. The human realm has weakened me. I lounge in one of the ridiculously expensive chairs the elves delivered months earlier, soaking in the snippets of conversation from Lowtown below. Prayers, curses, and my name whispered in fear. The great dragon will eat us all. A child's voice drifts up. Hush, their mother responds. Don't speak his name. I curl my lip. These humans craft elaborate tales of my supposed brutality, while cowering under the dark elves' very real oppression. The irony doesn't escape me. A dark elf patrol marches through the streets, their boots echoing off cobblestones. They drag a human woman by her hair, her screams piercing the evening air. Her crime? Probably nothing more than looking at them wrong. The elves were easily provoked creatures, fragile. They exerted undue force on those far weaker than themselves. See what happens when you defy us? The guard's voice carries clearly. Perhaps Lord Zegorah would enjoy a sacrifice. I snort. They created these myths, not I. My participation extends only to accepting their trinkets and staying out of their affairs. A mutually beneficial arrangement, if lacking in entertainment value. I inhale the scent of desperation and human fear. It smells like soiled clothes and unwashed bodies. The humans whisper tales of me devouring children, of burning villages to ash. Yet in all my years here, I've never harmed a single one of them. Up here in my dwellings, I have no business interacting with the humans. They mean nothing to me. Better to be feared than bothered, I mutter, swinging my legs over the arm of the chair. Let them tell their stories. Let them cower. Their fear keeps them at a distance, and that suits me fine. The dark elves, though, they know better. They understand that my presence alone maintains their power. Without me, they'd be nothing but pretenders playing at authority. I watch another patrol pass below, their armor gleaming in the fading light. At least make your lies interesting, I rumble to myself. I'm supposedly ancient and terrible. Surely I deserve better stories than eats children in their beds. The woman's screams fade, but something lingers. An ache, deep in my chest, that gold and jewels can't seem to fill. I pace the length of my cavern, my claws clicking against stone worn smooth by centuries of similar movements. These humans and their feelings, the way they embrace, cry, laugh. Even in their suffering, they find ways to connect. The dark elves mock such displays, but I find myself watching more often lately. Studying. Ridiculous, I mutter to myself, running my fingers along a pile of enchanted artifacts. Dragons need no such weakness. And yet, I flex my fingers. My reflection catches in a polished shield. Dark eyes, obsidian scales shimmering beneath my skin. I touch my chest where that hollow sensation persists. Below, a child's laughter drifts up from Lowtown. The sound tugs at something. I remember hatchlings playing on Fuer's shores, the way we'd tumble and wrestle without fear of breaking the glamour. When was the last time I felt such joy? Is this what happens when you spend too long among lesser beings? I growl at my reflection. You start craving their pitiful emotional attachments? But the words ring hollow, like everything else in this cave of meaningless treasures. I've spent centuries collecting, hoarding, existing. Yet lately, each new tribute feels emptier than the last. The humans speak of belonging, of home. I left mine long ago, thinking power and wealth would be enough. Now I'm neither fully dragon nor anything else, just a creature perched between worlds, understanding neither. My fingers trace the silver ring I wear, one of countless treasures that mean nothing. Perhaps that's the true curse of immortality, watching others find meaning while you remain forever apart, forever observing but never experiencing. I trace my claws along an ancient tome, its spine cracked with age. The leather-bound book contains tales of dragon matings from Fuer Island, stories I once dismissed as beneath my attention. My chest tightens at the memory of two humans embracing in the street below earlier today, the way they held each other, as if their very existence depended on that connection. Ridiculous! The word echoes off the cave walls. I shift a pile of golden chalices, their enchanted runes glowing faintly in the dim light. The magic pulses beneath my touch, but the usual thrill of acquisition feels hollow. What would it be like to feel someone's heart beat against mine? To share breath, share warmth. Dragons aren't meant for such softness. We take, we possess, we don't. Love? The word tastes foreign on my tongue. My fingers flex, imagining the touch of another's scales against mine, rubbing slowly. The thought sends an uncomfortable shiver down my spine. Enough of this nonsense. The deeper chambers of my lair beckon, filled with countless treasures accumulated over centuries. I retreat into their familiar embrace, letting the cold metal soothe away these strange new yearnings. Yet even surrounded by my hoard, something feels missing. Something no amount of gold can replace. I curl around my treasures, trying to draw comfort from their presence. But for the first time in centuries, their glow seems diminished, their magic muted by the emptiness in my chest.
If someone had told me a month ago that I would be running for my life instead of sitting in the stuffy classroom of the bordello, preparing to be sold off to indoor, I would have laughed.
The forest is not your safe space, little one.
But there's no avoiding my fate.
It's you. You're the one.
I've spent my entire life training to be the perfect bride for the top-bidding dark elf. So much can change in so little time.
You understand why you're being punished, right, child?
Your blood. It sings to me.
Please, let me out of here.
You need to learn your place.
But what are you? Where are you taking me?
Run!
I'm a bringer of death.
No, you're not dying. I won't let you.
You won't be able to get out.
Let me go, please.
Sadie, I will make you mine.
Chapter 4. Marjorie. The splintering wood jolts me from my sleep. My heart slams against my ribs. Blue-tinged magic crackles through our home, making the hair on my arms stand on end. Dark elves raid our home, upturning tables, scattering my brother's books across the dusty floor. There are 3 of them, and each wear the ornate robes of the Miu, the highest arm of the military caste. Their silver armour gleams in the darkness as they storm inside, their movements fluid and practiced. Jerome! Manny! I scramble from my thin mattress, but an invisible force pins me against the wall. The magic burns cold against my skin. Quiet, human. A tall elf with thin, sharp teeth steps forward, his silver hair braided tight against his skull. The others fan out behind him, their boots tracking mud across our floor. This will be easier if you don't resist. My siblings' screams pierce the air from the other room. The sound tears through me like a knife. Please, they're just children. They've been chosen. His lip curls. Consider it an honour. Jerome appears in the doorway, struggling against 2 guards. His nightshirt is torn, blood trickling from his nose. Marge, help! Let him go! I thrash against the magical bonds. My wrists feel like they're encased in ice. I'll do anything. Silence. The leader flicks his fingers, and my voice dies in my throat. Take them. I roar. My voice echoes out into the night, alerting my neighbours to remain inside. Manny thrashes his small body inside the steel grasp of the dark elves. I scream his name, again and again. I'm utterly helpless, strapped in by the invisible shackles holding me down. His sobbing grows distant, and I watch as my 2 brothers are dragged away into the night. My vision blurs with tears. The crushing weight of failure settles in my chest. I should have known. All those disappearances, all those whispers in the market. I should have seen this coming. The leader pauses at the threshold. Don't follow. Don't search. They belong to the dragon now. The magic releases me, and I crumple to the floor. Their boots crunch on broken glass and splintered wood as they leave, taking my whole world with them. Wait! The word tears from my throat. Please, I'll take their place. I'll do anything you want. The leader pauses, his dark eyes thin to slits. My brother's cries echo from outside, piercing my heart with each sob. I'm stronger. I can work harder. I'll serve in the mines, clean your estates, whatever you need. A cold laugh cuts through the air. You presume much, human, to think you have anything to offer. Desperation claws at my chest. Without thinking, I lunge forward, somehow pushing against the invisible shackles, and grab the hem of the dark elf's robe. The fabric feels impossibly smooth beneath my calloused fingers. His face contorts with disgust. How dare you touch me, filth! Metal flashes in the darkness. Pain explodes across my cheek as his dagger slices through skin. The cut isn't deep, but warm blood trickles down my face. I stumble backward, pressing my hand against the wound. Consider that a merciful response to your insolence. He wipes his blade on a silk handkerchief. Touch me again, and I'll take more than just your siblings. The elf vanishes into the night, and with him, so do my shackles. I stumble out into the chaos-filled streets. The night air reeks of smoke and fear. Flames lick up the sides of the miller's house, casting dancing shadows across the cobblestones. More screams pierce the darkness. Not my daughter. Mrs. Bennet's voice carries from 3 doors down. Please, she's all I have. My legs give out, and I sink to my knees in the mud. The cut on my cheek throbs with each heartbeat. Through the haze of smoke, I watch the dark elves drag more children from their homes. Their silver armour reflects the firelight as they march through our streets like they own them. Because they do. Help us! A small boy, couldn't be more than 7, reaches toward me as they drag him past. His fingers stretch out, grasping at empty air. I pry for him, but an elf shoves me back with a hard sweep of his hand. I crumble in the dirt, unmoving. Can't breathe, can't help. The dragon will feast well tonight. One of the soldiers laughs, yanking the boy harder. My stomach heaves, expelling the contents of my stomach. The cliffs loom in the distance, barely visible through the smoke. That's where they're taking them, where they're taking my brothers, to be sacrificed to a monster my mother whispered stories about. Stay inside, someone shouts from a window. Don't fight them. But others are fighting. Mr. Cooper charges at the soldiers with a pitchfork. Blue magic crackles, and he drops, convulsing in the street. His wife's wails join the symphony of despair. I press my palms into the mud, feeling the grit beneath my fingers. The invisible shackles are gone, but what's the point of moving? What's the point of anything? They're taking them to the cliffs, to the dragon, to their deaths. Jerome's face flashes in my mind, his bloody nose, his terrified eyes. Manny's sobs echo in my ears. My beautiful, brave brothers. Gone. A woman collapses beside me, clutching an empty blanket to her chest. They took them all, she whispers. All our children. The woman beside me clutches her empty blanket tighter, rocking back and forth. We should have run when we had the chance. My fingers dig deeper into the mud. The cut on my cheek burns, but something colder spreads through my chest. Ice crystallizes in my veins, freezing the tears on my face. No. The word comes out sharp enough to make her flinch. Running isn't the answer. I push myself to my feet, mud dripping from my hands. The fires still burn around us, casting shadows across the ruins of our homes. Through the smoke, I catch glimpses of our neighbours, some weeping, some frozen in shock, all broken. A scrap of Jerome's book lies in a puddle. I pick it up, the pages dissolving in my grip, the one I'd traded 3 days' wages to buy him. They can't just take our children. My voice carries across the street, making heads turn. They can't just feed them to some monster. Quiet! Mr. Cooper's wife hisses from where she tends to her husband, whose face is matted with blood and dirt. You'll bring them back. Good. The ice in my chest spreads to my voice. Let them come back. Let them see what happens when you push someone too far. I stride toward my house, ignoring the whispers that follow. Inside, I grab my worn pack, stuffing it with what little food we have left. My fingers brush against Manny's favourite blanket, and for a moment the ice threatens to crack. No more tears, no more cowering. The old man's words from the market echo in my mind. The dragon isn't cruel, not like the elves. I cinch the pack tight and grab the knife hidden beneath the floorboards, the one thing I have left of my father. The blade gleams in the firelight as I strap it to my belt. Where are you going? The blanket woman appears in my doorway, eyes wide. I look past her, toward the cliffs that loom in the distance. To take back what they stole. The forest swallows me whole as I push through the undergrowth. Thorns tear at my clothes, but I barely notice the sting. Behind me, smoke still rises from Lowtown, the orange glow a reminder of everything I've lost. My boots sink into the damp earth with each step. The path ahead grows darker, the trees pressing closer, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers. Strange sounds echo through the darkness, clicks and whispers that make my skin crawl. Keep moving, I mutter to myself, gripping the knife at my belt. A twig snaps somewhere to my left. I freeze, pressing against a thick trunk. My heart pounds so hard I worry it might give me away. Through the leaves I catch glimpses of silver armour, a dark elf patrol. The sacrifices are secured. One voice drifts through the darkness. Yes, the dragon will be pleased. My fingers dig into the rough bark. Jerome and Manny are up there somewhere, terrified and alone. The thought burns away my fear, replacing it with something harder, colder. I wait until their voices fade before moving again. The cliff face looms ahead, a dark wall against the star-flecked sky. Somewhere up there is the dragon's lair, and my brothers. I'm coming, I whisper, though they can't hear me. Whatever it takes. The first handholds are slick with moss, but I find purchase. Years of scrubbing floors and working fields have strengthened my arms. I pull myself up, ignoring the sharp edges of the rock that cuts into my hands. I must look like a mess, my thick curls clotted with blood and detritus thrash in the oncoming wind as I scale the cliff. The old man in the market was right about one thing. If the dragon isn't as cruel as the elves, maybe there's a chance. And if he is the monster everyone fears, well, then at least my brothers won't die alone. Chapter 5. Marjorie. The thunder of hooves echoes through the canyon below. I press myself flat against the cliff face, my heart hammering against the cold stone. My fingers ache from gripping the narrow ledge, but I don't dare move. Search the northern paths. The dark elf commander's voice carries on the wind. The human woman couldn't have gone far. They must have rounded up the village and counted the numbers, then realised I'd run away. I hope that Sarah and her family are safe, or safe as can be. I think of my brothers, how terrified they must be. I look to the sky, to the gods above so utterly uncaring of what's happening beneath them. But I send a silent prayer to any of the ones who choose to listen. Keep my brothers safe. Keep them together. Protect me. I close my eyes, trying to steady my breathing. The old man's words mock me now. The dragon isn't cruel. What does he know? He's probably been mad for years. A rock slips beneath my boot, clattering down the cliff. I freeze. What was that? The voices below grow closer. My arms tremble, fighting exhaustion weighing my bones. Sweat trickles down my neck despite the chill air. The memory of Jerome's face, tear-streaked and terrified as they dragged him away, flashes through my mind. Up there! A shout from below makes my blood run cold. On the cliff! An arrow whistles past my ear, striking sparks off the rock face. I press closer to the stone, my fingers finding new holds in desperation. I curse at myself before another arrow buries into the rock near my hip. I edge sideways, seeking deeper shadows. The bracelet Jerome and Manny made me catches on a jagged edge, threatening to unravel. The thunderous clap of hooves vibrate across the ground and up the cliff face. I go to reach for a rock, then my foot slips. My palms graze the jagged edges of rock and stone, slicing open my hands. I scream as I slide down the cliff face, landing in the underbrush of the forest. Adrenaline courses through my veins as I lie still, feeling into my body for the onrush of pain, of broken bones. Every part of me aches, but by some miracle, I'm alive, and no broken bones. Perhaps the gods had heard me. There she is. An elf's voice sounds from across the forest, no less than a yard away. I scramble to my feet when pain, white and hot, scorches my leg. I feel the pain of all the cuts and scratches slam into me, but I push the feeling away. There's no time. The thundering of hooves grow louder, nearing. I only have seconds before I'm caught. Ready to bolt deeper into the forest, a gust of wind nearly knocks me off my feet. The temperature plummets, and my breath comes out in visible puffs. Something massive passes overhead, blocking out the stars and moon. My heart stops. I look up. Scales, black as midnight, gleam in what little light remains. Wings stretch wider than any house in Lowtown, creating their own wind as they beat against the air. The beast's long neck curves as it turns its head, and I catch a glimpse of eyes that burn like molten gold. "By the gods!" I whisper, my voice trembling. The bracelet on my wrist suddenly feels like it weighs 1,000 pounds. The dark elves below have gone silent. Their torches flicker in the dragon's wind, casting wild shadows through the trees. One of them drops his bow. "Zegorah!" another stammers. Before me is the most magnificent creature I've ever seen. Zegorah the dragon lands on the cliff above us, rock crumbling beneath its massive claws. Dark, silver-flecked scales glint in the moonlight like exquisite glass. Large obsidian horns spiral out of its head, and its tail, adorned with deadly spikes, sweeps across the stone with a sound like grinding metal. I should run. Every instinct screams at me to flee, but my legs won't move. Those golden eyes fix on me, and in them I see something that makes my blood run cold. Intelligence. This isn't some mindless beast. There's calculation in that gaze, purpose. Something ancient and not of this world. The dragon's head snakes down closer, and I catch the scent of smoke and metal. Its nostrils flare, taking in my scent. I press my back against the cliff face, my fingers scraping against rough stone. The army of dark elves have stopped short, only meters behind where I'm standing. I don't know who to fear more, which creature will kill me first. The dark elves behind me, or the dragon lord that looms above. "My lord," one of the dark elves calls out, his voice shaking. "We bring you." The dragon's head whips toward him with frightening speed. A low growl reverberates through the ground, through my bones, and the dark elf's words die in his throat. A flash of obsidian scales catches the moonlight as Zegorah launches from the cliff onto the ground behind me. He sweeps a massive talon through the air. The movement is graceful, almost beautiful, until blood sprays across the forest floor. 2 dark elf soldiers crumple, their armour cracking like eggshells under the dragon's strength. My stomach lurches. I've seen death before, living in Lowtown. It's impossible not to. But never like this. Never so swift, so final. "Retreat!" The commander's voice cracks with terror. "Fall back to—" The rest of his words dissolve into screams as the remaining soldiers scramble backward, their boots slipping in the blood of their fallen comrades. Horses rear and bolt, throwing their riders. The sound of panicked shouts and clanking armour echoes through the canyon, growing fainter as they flee into the darkness. I press my palm against my mouth, tasting copper. I've bitten my lip hard enough to draw blood. My other hand clutches my brother's bracelet, the worn threads digging into my skin. The bodies of the dead elf soldiers lie broken and still, strewn across the thorny underbrush. Just moments ago, they'd been living, and now they were nothing more than a lifeless human. I feel no pity. My legs shake so badly they give out from beneath me. That's when Zegorah's massive head snaps in my direction, those molten eyes fixing me in place. I dot. My voice catches. I touch the bracelet at my wrist, drawing strength from it. The dark elves took my brothers. His massive head tilts slightly, scales catching the moonlight. "And you thought to challenge me?" A sound like grinding stone emerges from his throat. Laughter, I realise with a start. "You just killed those soldiers." I gesture to the bodies, trying to keep my voice steady. "Why?" "They presumed too much." He lowers his head until we're nearly eye to eye. His breath smells of smoke and metal, hot against my face. "As you do now." "Then kill me too." The words tumble out before I can stop them. "But please, Spare my brothers. They're just children. His eyes narrow to slits. What nonsense do you speak, human? Now I'm confused. It must show because Zegorah stills considering. Why have you come, human?
Chapter 6. Zegorah. I flex my claws against the earth, studying the human before me. Her scent carries fear, expected, but there's something else. Determination, desperation. I asked you a question, human. My voice rumbles through the clearing. The remnants of dark elf blood drip from my talons, staining the ground crimson. My brothers. Her voice wavers but holds. The dark elves took them. They say they're meant for you, as a sacrifice. I tilt my head, amused by her audacity. And you came to... what? Bargain? Fight? A low chuckle escapes my throat. You hardly seem equipped for either. I came to die with them if I have to. She steps forward, her chin lifted. But first, I want to know why. Why do you need children? What kind of monster? Monster, I interrupt, my tail lashing. You think I demand sacrifices? The accusation awakens my fire within. The dark elves use my name to justify their own cruelty. I have no interest in their offerings. Her eyes widen. Then you don't. No. I lower my head, bringing my face closer to hers. She doesn't step back. Fascinating. I accept their gold and trinkets to maintain my solitude. Nothing more. Then help me. The words burst from her like they've been held back by a dam. Help me save them. You're powerful enough to... And why should I involve myself in human affairs? Because you already did. She gestures to the dead elves. You could have let them take me. I study the human girl before me, tilting my head. It has been a while since I've seen a human, let alone a human woman. She looks to be no older than 20, maybe only 18. Her brown hair sits in a tangled heap behind her shoulders. Dirt and blood splatter across her hollow cheeks. She's scrawny, but God, she must have some kind of strength to have come this far into the woods. Even the elves struggle to traverse the thicket of the forest. They hated small places, especially the underground, anything that made them feel stifled. Apparently not this one. I can see her thin legs tremble through the slit in her pants, but her eyes blaze with a ferocity I'd never before seen in a human. I lower my head until my snout nearly touches her face. My breath ruffles her hair, carrying the scent of smoke and brimstone. Most humans would have fainted by now, but this one holds her ground. You're either very brave or very foolish. The words rumble from deep in my chest. Perhaps both. I don't care what you think I am. Fire lines her words. Those are my brothers. They're all I have. Heat builds in my throat, and yet something about her fierce devotion intrigues me. It reminds me of the old ways when dragons protected what was theirs with equal ferocity. I never asked the elves for a human sacrifice, I say tersely, especially children. I curl my tail around her, trapping her between my body and the forest. But would you give me in return? Dragons don't grant favors without compensation. I have nothing. She quivers fiercely within my grasp. She spreads her arms. Just myself. A laugh escapes me, making the tree shudder. You think rather highly of your worth. I think you're lonely. Her words strike like daggers. Why else would you be talking to me instead of eating me? My claws dig into the earth. The audacity, the sheer presumption. I should crush her where she stands. Instead, I find myself tilting my head, studying her with renewed interest. You play a dangerous game, little human. My family is not a game to me. I let my dragon form ripple and shift, scales melting away as I take on my humanoid appearance. The transformation is smooth, practiced, Centuries of shifting between forms have made it as natural as breathing. My robes materialize around me, dark fabric shimmering with hints of my true nature. Though I have the flesh of a human, my scales gleam through, and I see the human girl study them with equal parts horror and intrigue. The scent of her fear spikes, sharper now that I'm closer to her size. Yet she doesn't run. Interesting. What's wrong? I smirk, flexing my fingers where deadly claws had been moments before. Surprised a dragon can look civilized. I didn't know dragons could. A whisper of her scent brushes my nose. Fear. And something warm, like desire. A fire within me snaps. There's much you don't know about dragons. I circle her slowly, studying her from every angle. My boots make no sound on the forest floor. A predator's grace, even in this form. Though you seem eager to learn, coming here alone. She turns with me, keeping me in sight. Smart girl. The stories never mention this ability. The stories get many things wrong. I stop in front of her, towering over her smaller frame. My obsidian scales catch the moonlight where they peek through my skin. Now, about this bargain you seek. What could a human possibly offer that would interest me? I told you. Myself. And what makes you think you're worth my time? I lean closer. I have a vault full of treasures. Why would I want one small human? Her chin lifts. Because I'm not afraid of you. A laugh escapes me, deep and rich. Your racing heart suggests otherwise. Being afraid and letting fear stop you are different things. Something behind her eyes shift. Her voice is low. They took them in the night. Her voice cracks, and something stirs in my chest, an unfamiliar sensation I quickly suppress. Jerome and Manny. They're just children. The dark elves broke down our door, dragged them from their beds. I flex my fingers, studying the way moonlight plays across my obsidian scales. And you believe they intend to sacrifice them to me? That's what they said. Her eyes flash with anger. But you just told me you don't demand sacrifices, which means... The dark elves lie. Anger flares in my chest. I circle her again, closer this time. Her scent is intoxicating, fear mixed with determination. I have to stop my eyes from rolling back. Something about her scent. I want to taste it. I inhale, folding my hands behind my back. They use my presence to maintain control over your kind. Fear is a powerful tool. Then help me stop them. She reaches out, almost touching my arm before thinking better of it. Smart girl. You have the power. You just killed those soldiers like they were nothing. Perhaps I simply didn't want them in my territory. Nonsense. The word snaps from her like a whip. You could have killed me too, but you didn't. You're talking to me instead. I bare my teeth in what might be a smile. Maybe I'm just playing with my food. No. She steps closer, and I catch the slight tremor in her legs. You're interested, maybe even bored with all this. She gestures vaguely at the forest. The dark elves think they control you with their tributes, but they don't, do they? You're just tolerating them. Fascinating. This human sees more than she should. Your brothers, I say, changing the subject. Tell me about them. Jerome is 12, Manny's only 8. Her voice softens with love, though the fear remains. They're all I have left in this world. Please, I'll do anything. Her voice catches on a tight note. She looks down at her feet, and I see a muscle in her jaw feather. I step closer to the human, my scales catching the moonlight. I will help you, I say, my voice rumbling like distant thunder. Heat builds in my chest as I watch her reaction. But I want something in return. Her eyes narrow. What? I circle her slowly, drinking in every detail. the way her pulse quickens at my proximity, the slight tremble in her hands that she tries to hide, the fierce determination in her eyes despite her fear. "You," I say simply, "as my mate." Her words falter on her tongue. "Your mate?" "Yes." I stop before her, towering over her smaller frame. "You'll belong to me, completely." I watch her throat bob, brown eyes not leaving mine. I continue. "In exchange, I'll save your brothers and ensure they remain safe. No dark elf will dare touch what belongs to me." The weight of my offer hangs between us. I watch her carefully, fascinated by the play of emotions across her face. Fear, hope, uncertainty. She's different from any human I've encountered. Most would have run screaming by now. But this one stands her ground. "You want me as what? A pet? A possession?" "As a mate," I correct her, letting my fingers brush her cheek. Her skin burns hot against my scales. There's a difference. Her eyes meet mine, defiant despite her fear. "And if I refuse, then you're free to leave." I step back, spreading my hands. "But good luck saving your brothers on your own." Her eyes flash with despair. "No." Then her lips press into a thin line, keeping from screaming into my face, or crying. Perhaps both. The fear radiating from her isn't directed at me. It's the weight of her choice, the lives hanging in the balance. My proposition dangles between us like one of my precious amulets. For centuries, humans have cowered before me, fled at my mere presence. Yet this one sees past the monster facade, the one humans are taught to fear and repulse. A warmth stirs in my chest, unfamiliar and almost pleasant. When was the last time anyone looked at me with something other than terror? Even the dark elves, with their tributes and false reverence, never dared to challenge me as she has. Shouts echo through the trees, closer now. The dark elf hunting party hasn't given up. Their voices carry promises of violence, of retribution. I do not so much as glance behind, but the blood drains from the girl's face. Her eyes grow wide, pupils dilating with fresh terror. Her knees buckle and give out. Before she hits the ground, I catch her, scooping her into my arms. Her body feels impossibly delicate in my arms, like a bird with hollow bones. Heat radiates through her thin clothing, human warmth so different from my own cooler temperature. The sensation is strange. In all my centuries, I've never held something so fragile. My treasures are gold and gems, unyielding materials that can withstand a dragon's touch. But this requires a gentleness I didn't know I possessed. Her head lolls against my chest, dark hair spilling over my arm. Even unconscious, her face holds that stubborn set to her jaw. The cut on her cheek has started bleeding again, a thin line of red against her pale skin. The dark elves' voices grow louder. They're spreading out, searching the forest with systematic precision. In a breath, I transform into my dragon form and take flight, back to my lair.
Chapter 7. Marjorie. My head throbs as I push myself up from the pile of furs. The gems embedded in the cavern walls pulse with an otherworldly glow, casting dancing shadows across mountains of gold and jewels. For a moment, I can't remember where. Then it hits me. Jerome, Manny, the dark elves, the dragon. My fingers find my bracelet, the one my brothers wove for me, and I twist it anxiously. The familiar motion grounds me as my eyes dart around the chamber. The air smells of smoke and metal, with an underlying sweetness I can't place. Finally awake? The voice sends shivers down my spine. I whip around. Zegorah leans against a pillar, arms crossed over his chest. Even in his human form, power radiates from him like heat from a forge. His golden eyes lock onto mine, and my breath catches. Gorgeous. The word sinks in me like a stone in water. In his humanoid form, Zegorah is achingly beautiful, and could have passed as one of the dark elves if it weren't for the small horns protruding from his head. His skin ripples faintly with his silver-flecked scales, and his gold eyes feels as though I'm swimming in warm amber. "My brothers!" My voice cracks. "Where are they?" "Safe, for now." He pushes off from the pillar and stalks toward me. The dark elves haven't delivered their tribute yet. The way he says tribute makes my stomach turn. I clutch the furs tighter. "You said you'd help me." "I made you an offer." His lips curve into a predatory smile. "You haven't accepted it yet." The walls of the cavern seem to press closer. The air grows thicker, heavier with each step he takes toward me. I force myself to meet his gaze. "If I become yours," I say carefully, "you'll protect them. Keep them safe. I'm a dragon of my word." He stops at the edge of the bed. "But understand this, when I say mine, I mean completely, utterly. There's no going back." Unlike the elves, I realise there is something far more ancient and dangerous about Zegorah. Defying him would end in a fate worse than death. "Your offer," I say, forcing steel into my voice despite my trembling hands. "Explain it to me, all of it." Zegorah's lips curve into something wicked. He settles beside me on the furs, close enough that I can feel the heat radiating from his skin. "You want specifics?" "Very well. First, your siblings. I'll ensure their immediate safety and return them to you unharmed. The dark elves will never touch them again." "What about the other children?" "The sacrifices?" "They'll stop." His golden eyes flare. "The elves have defiled my name by displacing their sacrifices onto me, my reputation. It's undignified, and human sacrifices are not my thing." Zegorah shrugs. "Besides, I've grown tired of their tributes, anyway." He gestures towards the mountains of gold sprawling around us. I twist my bracelet, thinking of all the families torn apart, what this means for my future, my freedom. One life for hundreds, for my people. Yes, of course I must accept the deal. I had no other choice. "You don't even know my name." He stills. "Then what is it?" I raise my chin. "My name is Marjorie." A whisper of a smirk flutters across his soft lips. His eyes narrow, as though tasting the word. "How do I know you'll keep your word?" I ask him. He stands to face me entirely. "Dragons don't lie, little one. We can't. It's not in our nature." He traces a finger along my jaw, and I fight the urge to pull away. He smiles, something entirely predatory. "As for your part, you'll stay here with me. You'll be my mate in every sense of the word." My throat tightens. What does that mean exactly? "It means you'll share my bed, my life, my power." His voice drops lower. "You'll never want for anything. No one will dare harm you or yours again. But," his grip on my chin tightens slightly, "you'll be mine completely. No leaving, no other suitors. Your life will be bound to mine until death." My mind races. A life of captivity, but with power and protection for those I love. I don't hide the tears that rim my eyes. I study Zegorah's face, searching for any sign of the cruelty I've known from the dark elves. There is a hardness, yes, like ice frozen across a still body of water. But his features remain impassive. He inclines his head, dark hair spilling over his shoulder. It isn't scrutiny that I see. No. I realise that he's studying me, calculating my every breath, twitch and movement to see whether my words match my intent. "How would you share your power with me?" His eyes dance with something like hunger. Curiosity, I think. "Whatever you wish, within reason." "And what's within reason?" He leans closer, his breath hot against my ear. You're already negotiating terms. Clever girl. I suppress a shudder. His words coat me like ray off a summer sun, but I force myself to hold his gaze. I need to understand what I'm agreeing to. You fear losing yourself, he says, almost casually. His fingers trace along my jaw again. But in my world, power is not given freely. It is taken. Like you're taking me. The words come out sharper than intended. No. He pulls back slightly, studying me with those molten gold eyes. You came to me. There's a difference. Because I had no choice. There's always a choice. His voice drops lower, resonating through my chest. You could have run, hidden. Many others have tried. But you walked straight into the dragon's lair. I clench my fists, nails caked with dirt digging into my palms. The fur beneath me feels too soft, too luxurious compared to the rough blankets my brothers sleep on. My throat tightens at the thought of them. I need proof first. The words come out barely above a whisper, but they echo in the cavern. Show me you can actually help. Zegorah's eyes narrow. He pulls away. You dare question my power? I question everyone's promises. I meet his gaze, though my hands tremble. The elves promised protection in exchange for our service. Look how that turned out. He leans forward, and I catch the scent of smoke and spice wafting off his immaculate robes. You compare me to those parasites. I compare you to nothing. My voice steadies. I just need to know my brothers will be safe before I... The words stick in my throat. Before I give up everything. Interesting. Zegorah rises from the bed, pacing languidly. Most humans would agree to anything to save their loved ones, yet here you are, negotiating. I twist my bracelet, my traitorous heart thundering. I know he can hear it too, which makes me loathe the bargain I need from him even more. I've barely known him for more than a few hours. What would a lifetime with him be like? It's my turn to rise, uncaring of my torn shirt falling down my shoulder where his eyes drift to, watching, taking me all in. If I'm going to be yours forever, I need to know it's worth the price. A low rumble builds in his chest, not quite a growl, not quite a laugh. And what proof would satisfy you, little human? Show me you can stand against the elves. Show me you can protect what's yours. The words taste like ash in my mouth, but I force them out. If I'm to be yours, prove you're strong enough to keep me. I hate what I see in his eyes. Lust, hunger, a challenge. His lips curl into that sleek smile again. But of course, Marjorie.
Orcs. Gargoyles. Vampires. Ice monsters. Demons of the dark. These beasts seek war, destruction, and power. And there's only one thing that can tame them.
Love.
This is your chance to get the uncut and unabridged audiobook bundle.
No detail is spared.
Use discount code YouTube30 for an additional 30% off of the already discounted price.
Go to worldsofprathika.com.
Get access to countless audiobooks and discounted bundles where I talk you through every last scene.
Prothika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive.
Chapter 8. Zegorah. I lead Marjorie to the edge of the cliff, feeling the wind whip around us. The world spreads out beneath our feet, a tapestry of dark forests and glimmering rivers. I watch her closely, tilting my head as I gauge her reaction. Her eyes widen, drinking in the view, but her body remains tense. Impressive, isn't it? I rumble, my voice carrying over the howling wind. Marjorie nods, brown ringlets whipping around her face. It's breathtaking, she admits, her voice barely audible over the gale. I smirk, pleased by her awe. This is but a fraction of what I can show you. Without a thought, I shift into my true form. My body elongates, scales rippling across my skin as my wings unfurl from my back. In moments, I tower over her, obsidian scales glimmering in the moonlight. Marjorie stumbles back, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and wonder. I lower my head, bringing my eyes level with hers. Care for a closer look? I ask, my voice a low growl. She hesitates, gaze darting between me and the vast expanse before us. I can see the conflict in her eyes, the desire to trust me warring with her instinct for self-preservation. I stretch out my neck, presenting my back to her. Come, I say, a command and a challenge. Marjorie approaches slowly, her delicate hand hovering over my scales. You want me to... Climb on, I confirm, watching her closely. She hesitates again, her fingers barely brushing my scales. I can feel her trembling, though whether from fear or excitement, I'm uncertain. I won't let you fall. A hint of impatience creeps into my voice. Marjorie tosses a ringlet of her dark brown hair over her shoulder and takes a deep breath. Carefully, she grabs hold of one of the ridges of my spine, hoisting herself onto my back. I feel her settle between my shoulder blades, her hands gripping onto me tightly. Ready? I ask, turning my head to look at her. She nods, hazel eyes a mixture of determination and apprehension. As I'll ever be. With a powerful thrust of my wings, we launch into the air, leaving the cliffside far behind. Marjorie's grip tightened around my neck as we soar through the night, her grip like steel. I'm accustomed to creatures trembling in fear when this close to my true form, but there's something different about hers, less paralyzed, more determined. This intrigues me. Holding on tight enough? I rumble, my voice carrying over the rush of wind. I'm managing, she snips. I bank sharply to the left, testing her resolve. She gasps, but doesn't loosen her grip. Impressive. The view's better if you open your eyes, I rumble, noting how tightly they're shut. Marjorie takes a deep breath. I feel her shift slightly, adjusting her position. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Suit yourself, I reply, a hint of amusement in my tone. But you're missing out on quite the spectacle. We soar over the dark forest, its canopy stretching out beneath us like a vast, shadowy carpet. The leaves shimmer in the moonlight that even I find beautiful. Few things in this world impress me, but nature in all its glory never fails. Where exactly are we going? Marjorie asks, her voice now closer to my ear. Patience, little human, I chide. We'll get there soon enough. I feel her tense at my words. My name is Marjorie, she says, a hint of defiance in her tone. I can't help but smirk. Most humans wouldn't dare correct me unless they wished to be ash on the wind. Very well, Marjorie, I concede. We fly in silence for a few moments before I decide to push her further, testing her limits. With a powerful beat of my wings, I climb higher into the sky, the air growing thinner and colder. Marjorie's breath catches in her throat. What are you doing? She demands, panic edging into her voice. I ignore her question, leveling out our flight. Open your eyes, Marjorie. Sprawling beneath us is the dark elf estate, a patchwork of opulence and cruelty. The outer perimeter is dotted with black turrets, their jagged tips jutting into the cool air. Scattered around the estate are various obsidian buildings, each as imposing as the next. My wings cast a long shadow across the estate, swallowing the land below. Marjorie's tunic flaps wildly in the wind, and her grip tightens around my scales. Satisfaction surges through me. She's afraid, not just of the elves' estate, but of me, of my wingspan. Impressive, isn't it? I rumble, my voice carrying over the rush of air. I don't just mean the fortress. It's enormous, Marjorie breathes, her voice a mix of awe and fear. I smirk, pleased by her incredulity. With a powerful beat of my wings, I accelerate, leaving the estate far behind in mere seconds. Let her see the full strength of my form, why I'm revered by the elves and all who whisper my name in their legends. I sense Marjorie's heart racing, breath catching in her throat. By the abyss, she mutters, barely audible over the wind, but I hear her curse nonetheless. Language, little human, I hiss. The fire-breathing, village-terrorizing dragons are sensitive to curse words? She snorts. This time I can't help but chuckle, a sound like thunder that vibrates into her small frame. You're bold for a human. Not bold, she corrects. Desperate. I bank again, circling back towards the estate. Then let's address that desperation, shall we? As we approach, I slow our descent, giving Marjorie a clear view of the layout below. There, I say, nodding towards a fortified structure near the center. The walls are thick and layered, entrapping all the prisoners banished to rot in their dungeon. That's where they'd likely keep prisoners. Marjorie leans forward, her eyes narrowing as she studies the building. How heavily guarded is it? Very, and nothing I couldn't handle, I rumble. But for a human, near impossible to breach. She's quiet for a moment, and I can sense the gears ticking over in her mind. What about the sewers? She asks suddenly. Every fortress has them, right? I blink. Her idea catches me off guard. I suppose they would, yes. Could we use that as an entry point? I tilt my head, considering. Clever, I admit, impressed despite myself. I hadn't considered that approach. Marjorie's grip on my scales loosens slightly as she becomes more engaged in planning. If we could find a way in through there, we might be able to avoid most of the guards. We? I repeat, raising an eyebrow she can't see. Fire stirs deep within me. Remember your place, human. I give the orders. She tenses again, remembering her position. I just meant... Her words die on her tongue at my silence. Her plan is clever genius, even. I'll give her that, but she cannot forget her place. I cannot forget her place. She is a human, mortal, and weak, and I'm the monster children are taught to fear. A dragon lord born to wield power like an instrument of destruction. Yet some part of me feels intrigued by this young girl. Most humans cower at my name, and those unfortunate to stumble upon my lair have nearly died on the spot from fear. But not Marjorie. Years of hunger and hardship have honed her instincts and her bravery. I circle us back to the cliffs, but find myself watching Marjorie from my periphery. She bites her lip, chewing on the thoughts whirring behind her eyes. I notice a small scar on her cheek. It's faint but visible enough to know the cut would have been excruciating. You're not cowering, I remark, my voice carrying over the rush of air. Most humans would be pissing themselves by now. Marjorie's grip on my scales tightens, but her voice is steady. Serious. I face worse than heights. Worse than a dragon? The Dark Elves aren't exactly known for their hospitality, she retorts. Her brazenness catches me off guard. I tilt my head, studying her more intently. I clench and unclench my claws. And what did they do to make you so... resilient? Marjorie's jaw tightens. They took everything. My parents, my freedom, and now, my siblings. A shadow crosses her face, then her eyes spear into Min. There's a kind of wild fierceness roaring to the surface, but they couldn't take my will. I feel a strange stirring in my chest, something like admiration, or perhaps something deeper. Across the centuries I'd existed, I'd witnessed humans conquer and divide themselves, and then again with the elves. Both were driven by lust, greed, and the insatiable need to own land, objects, each other. And yet This human, this child, possesses none of the hallmark traits of her kind. I sense an inner chaos within her, but she's clamped it in firmly, likely from her unwavering sense of duty to her people. I circle us back to my lair, leaving behind the thawing grounds of the dark elf estate. When we land on the cliff's edge, I shift back into my humanoid form, obsidian horns and leather wings retracting back into my body. Marjorie slides off my back, legs wobbling. She stumbles and I reach out to steady her, my hand grasping her arm, thin. The contact sends an unexpected jolt through me. "Thanks," she murmurs, quickly regaining her composure. I step back, flexing my fingers. "Your plan," I say, clearing my throat. "It's not entirely foolish. The sewers could work." Marjorie's eyes widen in surprise. "You're actually considering it?" I shrug, trying to maintain my air of indifference. It's better than charging in like some brainless beast. A small smile tugs at her lips. "And here I thought dragons were all about the dramatic entrance." I gesture, silver ring catching the moonlight. We have our moments, but sometimes subtlety has its merits. She smiles and casts her eyes down, a flush of color creeping across her cheeks. I tilt my head, eyes not leaving her. "You see now what I can do," I say thickly. "No one else can offer you this." Marjorie's chest rises and falls quickly. I continue. "No human has ever asked anything of me. What I'm giving you is a gift worth anything than all the gold the elves have given me. Enough to buy the world. I'm giving you a chance to save your brothers." I circle her with feline grace. "You saw their fortress, how impenetrable their walls are. Without my help, you are doomed to fail, human." I whisper the last word in her ear, seeing the hairs on the back of her neck rise. Marjorie's eyes flare at the word human, indignation etched across her slim face. She manages to bite back a retort. I continue to walk around her, stopping in front of her so that she's forced to look up at me. "The dark elves won't kill your siblings as long as they're together. For now." Then I see the silver in Marjorie's eyes. I almost pity her if I knew how that felt. Being human seemed almost like an illness, having to feel every emotion that determined the trajectory of one's life. Marjorie bows her head, hiding the tears that threatened to spill down her cheek. I watch her closely, noting the subtle shifts in her expression. I've seen that look countless times before, usually right before some foolish human attempts to bargain with me. But there's something different about her hesitation. It's not just fear she wrangles. No, she's calculating behind those hazel eyes, playing out every scenario with the elves. And I realize with us. "You have questions?" I observe, my voice a low rumble. It's not a question. I can practically see the thoughts churning away. Marjorie's jaw clenches, but she remains silent. Stubborn little thing. "Come now," I coax, a hint of amusement in my tone. "Speak your mind. I won't bite, unless you ask nicely." She shoots me a glare, and I can't help but chuckle. There's fire in this one. "How exactly do you plan on getting into the fortress?" she finally asks, her voice a tight note. "You're not exactly inconspicuous." She looks me up and down, eyes grazing over my dark robes. I raise an eyebrow. "You doubt my abilities?" "No, I just..." She takes a deep breath, steeling herself. "I need to know what to expect. These are my brother's lives at stake." I take a step toward her, towering over her small frame. "And you think I don't take that seriously?" Marjorie meets my gaze, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. "I think you take your own power very seriously. But my brothers, I'm not so sure." I consider her for a moment. Guttural rage swells in my chest that a human would have the courage, the nerve, to speak to me this way. But that fury stills at my next thought. Marjorie would die for her family, for the people of the Lowtown. I have no doubt she'd cleave worlds apart just to keep those she loved safe. I lean in close, my voice a low growl. Without trust, we have no business together. My power has earned me the respect of the elves, and you would be wise to show me that too. But never, ever, question my trust, nor my word. I let the flicker of power show behind me eyes, that gold flame that could incinerate her before she'd know she was dead. And yet she doesn't flinch. Instead, she takes a step closer, her voice barely a whisper. And you do well to remember that I'm not just some trinket for your hoard. If we're going to do this, we do it as partners. Out of all the centuries I've been alive, a human had never shown me such insolence. I blanch, genuinely surprised. Yet I don't wish to kill her. Something in my core unfurls. Instinctively, I lean in close, enough to breathe the scent of her in, and in a voice as smooth as the night itself, I rasp, "Partners, is it? Very well, Marjorie. Now that you're mine, let's talk strategy."
Chapter 9. Marjorie. The cold stone of Zegorah's lair beneath my feet anchors me as I stare up at his imposing humanoid form. He stands before the cliff face, the moon hanging in the backdrop of the night sky behind him. "You've shown me what you can do," I say, my voice steadier than how I feel. "The power you have over the dark elves, over everything here." Zegorah's gold eyes gleam. "And yet you hesitate. How could I not? Being Zegorah's mate will mean that I sacrifice my freedom, my life, my autonomy." I clamp down on the thought. Anything for my family, for my brothers. I cannot have a life of freedom knowing theirs was never granted. Will I still be me, or just another piece in your hoard? I don't take my eyes off him as he traipses towards me. The scales along his neck shimmer like a dagger refracting light. "You would be mine," he says simply. "Protected. Elevated above the mundane existence you've known." "And my brothers?" "Safe. The dark elves would never dare touch them under my orders. Or..." He lifts my chin with a finger. "You." His words feel nettled with a kind of hunger, like possession. I clench my fists. "Is that all I am to you? Something for you to own?" He inclines his head, considering. Mortals often conflate ownership with imprisonment. Two forces which are alike in some ways, but in the grand scheme, entirely different. His dark brows knit to a firm line. "You, Marjorie, are simply agreeing to a deal. How you define ownership is your choice." His lips curve into something between a smile and a snarl. "Everything comes with a price." The memory of soaring above the dark elf estate flashes through my mind. The rush of wind, the incredible freedom, the raw power beneath my hands. And below, somewhere in those walls, my brothers are locked in the dark. My chest tightens. If I refuse, I'll still be trapped, just under the dark elf's boot instead of a dragon's wing. I close my eyes, the words tumbling from my lips before I can stop them. "I accept your terms." My spirits plummet into my core. What have I just agreed to? A wave of heat rolls off Zegorah as he steps closer. The air crackles with raw power. Power he's been withholding this entire time, I realise. My knees buckle as it washes over me, igniting something primal deep inside. My body can't decide if it wants to run or lean in closer. A flood of emotions sluice through me like a dam breaking. Lust, greed, fear, repulsion. Zegorah's molten eyes lock onto mine, and I feel as though I'm peering into a different world. "After I save your siblings, you will be my mate, but for now." The rest of his words fade into background noise as his lips crash against mine. The kiss blazes through me like dragonfire, fierce and consuming. I feel his power seep into my bones, awakening an eye in the storm. My head spins as my fingers find his robes, torn between pushing him away and pulling him closer. How many bargains has he made like this before? He breaks the kiss, leaving me gasping. His next words crackle like kindle in a slow-burning fire. Prove to me you want this, Marjorie. My legs tremble. The cold stone beneath my feet are the only thing keeping me upright as desire, revulsion, and naked greed war inside me. The taste of smoke and magic lingers on my lips. Heat spreads across my chest, my stomach, and further.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks, and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 10. Zegorah. I circle her, studying every detail just as the way she studies below my waist, seeing my hardness. Her worn clothes speak of hardship, yet she holds herself with quiet dignity. This isn't about mere survival. There's something deeper burning in those hazel eyes. You want more than just your sibling safe, I say, tilting my head. Tell me what you really desire. Freedom. Her voice doesn't waver. Not just for me. For all of us in Lowtown. A laugh rumbles in my chest. And you think I'm the key to that freedom. The dark elves fear you. With good reason. She meets my gaze directly. They use your name to control us, but you've never actually helped them, have you? Clever girl. I stop in front of her, watching how her dark curls catch the light from my treasure. The way her slim frame tenses but doesn't retreat. She's strong, forged by years of servitude into something resilient. A human girl with a dragon mate, I muse, reaching out to trace a finger along her jaw. Backed by dragon fire, the elves wouldn't stand a chance. She doesn't shy away from my touch. Instead, she steps into my palm, running a hand up the back of my neck. I inhale deeply, savoring her scent. This is no mere peasant seeking protection. This is a queen before me, a leader of her people, and the dragon in me wants to claim her completely. A hunger that has lain dormant for centuries stirs within me. I take a step toward her, my voice a low rumble that echoes off the stone walls. Now that you have accepted my terms, Marjorie, I say, my gaze never leaving hers, do you want me? I whisper into her ear. As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprotheka.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Protheka.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
And with these scenes, it will be unforgettable. And as we lie there in the afterglow of our passion, Marjorie now asleep, I find myself hoping that this is just the beginning of our journey together. I watch the rise and fall of her chest, a hypnotic rhythm in the quiet of my lair. The scent of our coupling still lingers in the air, a heady mix of desire and the musk of my own satisfaction. Marjorie, this fragile, fierce creature, has ignited a fire within me that I thought had long since died out, a hunger for more than just treasure, for more than just the solitude of my existence. I can't help but consider the possibility of an heir, a new beginning for a dragon who has lived far too long in isolation. The thought of her swollen with my child sends a thrill through me, a possessive, primal urge to claim her, to bind her to me in every conceivable way. It's a novel concept, one that fills the void of my many centuries with warmth and vibrancy. As the first light of dawn filters through the entrance of my lair, I gently trace the scar on her left cheek, a small imperfection that only adds to her beauty. She stirs, her hazel green eyes fluttering open to meet my gaze. There's a moment of hesitation, a flicker of uncertainty that quickly gives way to determination. "Zegorah," she murmurs, her voice still rough with sleep. "What happens now?" I can't help but smile. "Now," I say, my voice carrying the promise of the future, "we will infiltrate the elves' fortress, take back your siblings, and put an end to the dark elves' tyranny." She sits up, the furs falling away to reveal the elegant line of her neck, the gentle swell of her bosom. My body responds to the sight, a reminder that my desire for her is far from satisfied. But there are more pressing matters at hand. "And after?" she asks, her eyes searching mine for the truth beneath the surface. I take her hand, my scales catching the light as I bring it to my lips. "After," I say, "we will discuss our future. Together." Marjorie nods, her fingers tentatively brushing against the obsidian scales at my wrist. "And you're sure about this? About us?" Her question hangs in the air, laced with the weight of our arrangement. I lean in, capturing her lips in a searing kiss that leaves no room for doubt. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life," I assure her, my voice a low growl of conviction. She smiles then, a genuine, radiant smile that transforms her face, making her more beautiful than ever. "Then let's get started," she says, her voice filled with resolve. Together we rise, ready to face whatever challenges may come. As we prepare to confront the dark elves and reclaim her siblings, I find myself looking forward to the battle ahead. With Marjorie by my side, I'm stronger, more alive than I have been in centuries. The future may be uncertain, but one thing is clear. Marjorie has awakened something within me that I never knew I was missing, and I will do whatever it takes to protect her, to cherish her, to make her mine in every way that matters. Our journey has only just begun, and I am eager to see where this path will lead us. For the first time in countless years, I'm excited about what the future holds, a future that I will share with Marjorie, my mate, my equal, my everything. Could she be my mate? Chapter 11. Zegorah. Sunrise scatters across the northern sky, welcoming in the cool morning breeze. I stand at the lip of my lair, watching a dark elf emissary trudge up the winding path. Behind me, Marjorie still sleeps on the furs, her scent lingering in the air. I hadn't stopped watching her in hours, the way her chest gently rose and fell with each inhalation. The flush of rose in her cheeks, body traipsed across the blanket. So human. So calm. The blood-red hues of sunlight dances behind the elf's back, and my anger builds with each step the emissary takes. The elf is impish and stout, likely one of the lower-rank elves sent from his overseer. The dark elf's cart creaks under the weight of their so-called tributes. Gold, jewels, meaningless trinkets. "Great Zegorah," the emissary calls out, bowing low, "we bring offerings worthy of your—" "Spare me your platitudes," I hiss. "You use my name to terrorize the humans, to steal their children." The emissary's eyes widen. "My lord, we only wish to—" "To what?" I bare my teeth, letting my human form ripple with scales. "To maintain your power through fear, through lies? The sacrifices are tradition. A tradition I never asked for." I step closer, towering over him. The emissary stumbles back, nearly falling over his precious cart of offerings. "You spread tales of my cruelty while committing your own atrocities." The emissary's face pales. "We meant no disrespect." "Leave." The word comes out as a growl that shakes the cliff face. Take your tributes with you and tell your masters that if another child is taken in my name, I will show them what true cruelty looks like. I have to stifle the roar of fire that rushes to the surface, to stop from waking Marjorie, who barely even stirs. Exhaustion was such a human characteristic, something I'd never before felt. The emissary's fear mingles with something else, a cloying arrogance that wafts off him like cheap perfume. My nostrils flare. The scent carries the collective hubris of his people, each note more grating than the last. Your offerings are meaningless. I circle the cart, letting my claws scrape against the precious metals. Tell me what you really want. The emissary's fingers twitch. My lord, we seek only to honor. Don't lie to a dragon. Smoke curls from my lips. Your masters think they can control me with trinkets and false worship? We would never presume, but you do presume. I knock over the cart with a casual swipe, sending gold scattering across the rocks. You use my name to terrorize. You claim I demand sacrifices. And now you bring me baubles thinking I can be bought? The emissary's composure cracks. The High Council believes an arrangement could benefit us both. Ah, there it is. I bare my teeth in what could almost pass for a smile. Finally, some truth. The humans grow restless. Your presence alone kept them in check, but now... He glances toward my lair, where Marjorie sleeps. Things have changed. My growl echoes off the cliff walls. Choose your next words carefully. The Council suggests a more active partnership. Your power combined with our influence. You want me to become your attack dog? I laugh, the sound like grinding stones. To officially sanction your tyranny. The emissary straightens, forgetting his fear in a moment of practiced diplomacy. We offer you a seat at our table. Recognition, power beyond mere tribute. The arrogance rolling off him makes my scales itch. They truly believe they can manipulate a dragon with promises of petty authority. As if I hadn't seen empires rise and fall. As if I hadn't walked away from grander offers than this. In less than a second, I transform into my dragon self. Fire erupts from my throat, engulfing the emissary in a blinding inferno. His screams last only seconds before his body crumples to ash. The acrid stench of burnt flesh fills my nostrils, but I feel no remorse. He threatened what's mine. The clatter of armor and weapons echoes up the mountain path. More dark elves, at least a dozen, their blades glinting in the morning light. They must have been waiting nearby. The dragon's gone mad! One shouts. We must protect the Council's interests! Arrows whistle through the air. Most bounce harmlessly off my scales, but their audacity ignites something primal within me. How dare they attack me in my own territory? The rage building in my chest isn't the familiar kind, the cold, calculated anger I've nursed for centuries. This is hot, desperate, protective. My thoughts keep circling back to Marjorie, who no doubt has awoken by now. Another volley of arrows whistles through the air. My fire meets them halfway, reducing their pathetic weapons to ash. The dark elves scatter as embers rain down, but their arrogance keeps them from retreating completely. You dare? The words thunder from my chest, shaking loose stones from the cliff face. You dare attack a dragon in his own territory? The Council demand one of the soldiers starts. I rear back, unleashing a roar that splits the morning air. Birds take flight from distant trees. The sound echoes off the mountains, a declaration of war that will carry for leagues. Let them hear. Let them all hear what happens when they cross me. The Council demands nothing from me. My tail lashes out, sending 3 soldiers tumbling down the path. I am not your weapon. I am not your threat. I am dragon. Another soldier draws his bow. Stand down, beast, or... My claws find him before he can finish the threat. His armor crumples like paper beneath my grip. Or what? I bring him close to my face, letting him see the fury in my eyes. What exactly do you think you can do to me? The remaining soldiers back away, their weapons lowered. Finally, they show proper fear, but it's too late for mercy. Tell your council, I say, dropping the crushed soldier, that their game is over. No more sacrifices, no more threats in my name. My wings unfurl, casting the path in shadow, and if they ever send soldiers to my door again, I will burn their precious estate to the ground. I stride back into my lair, magic still crackling like a dying inferno. The scent of fear hits me first, sharp and metallic. Marjorie sits upright on the chaise lounge, her dark hair a wild tangle around her face. Her cheeks flush pink when our eyes meet. What's happening? Her voice trembles. I transform back into my humanoid form and feel my scales ripple from her fear that rolls off her like slow-moving thunder. An unfamiliar sensation burns in my chest. The need to soothe, to protect. My magic surges, responding to her distress like a living thing. The dark elves won't trouble us anymore. I move closer, drawn by some instinct I don't quite understand. They thought they could control me, use me as their weapon. Did you? She swallows hard. Are they dead? Some. The rest will carry my message back to their council. I reach out, brushing a strand of hair from her face. She flinches slightly, but doesn't pull away. No one will harm what's mine. I'm not yours. But her pulse quickens, betraying her. Aren't you? My fingers trace the line of her jaw. You gave yourself to me willingly. To save my siblings. And I will. The promise burns like fire in my throat. But there's more between us now. You feel it too. Her fear shifts, taking on a sweeter note. Desire mixed with uncertainty. My magic responds, wrapping around her like a protective shield. Strange how her emotions now seem to command my power as surely as my own. The dark elves will retaliate, she whispers. Let them try. I bare my teeth in a savage smile. They'll learn what it means to threaten a dragon's mate. For centuries I've been content to let the dark elves play their games. But now they've crossed a line they can't uncross. Marjorie is mine. The thought pounds through my head like a war drum. Mine to protect. Mine to keep. I pace across my lair, claws flexing with each step. The embers of my rage still burn hot beneath my skin. Marjorie watches me, her scent a mixture of fear and something else. Something that makes my blood sing. You're going to wear a groove in the stone, she says, her voice steady despite her racing pulse. I turn to her, letting my golden eyes meet her hazel ones. The dark elves think they can manipulate me, use you against me. My laugh comes out as a growl. Centuries of leaving them to their games, and now they dare to threaten what's mine. I'm not a possession. She lifts her chin, defiant even now. You can't just... Can I? I move closer, towering over her. You came to me, offered yourself freely, to save my siblings. At first, perhaps. I reach out, tracing the line of her jaw with one claw. Her breath catches, but she doesn't pull away. But there's more between us now. I taste it in your fear, your desire. You're mine, Marjorie. Mine to protect. Mine to keep. And what about what I want? You want safety, power. I lean in, breathing in her scent. I can give you both, but only if you accept what you are to me. Her pulse jumps beneath my touch. And what am I to you? Everything. The word escapes before I can stop it, raw and honest in a way I haven't been in centuries. My mate, my treasure, the one thing I won't let them take. In a world of elves, demons, and liches.
What would you choose?
Power?
or passion,
Would you stab the monster in the back?
or take him to bed.
The Immersive Fantasy Audiobook bundle has it all.
Go to worldsofprathika.com to get access.
Use code YouTube30 to get an additional 30% off.
Prathika's magic is eternal. Audio bundles will make it immersive. Chapter 12. Marjorie. The silk of the ancient dress whispers against my skin as I adjust its unfamiliar weight. The fabric must have cost more than everything I've ever owned combined, yet here it sits in a dusty chest among Zegorah's countless treasures. I smooth down the front, trying to ignore how the deep blue brings out the pallor of my worried face. Below, at the base of the cliff, dark elf soldiers gather like shadows. Their silver armour gleams in the morning light, a deceptively beautiful sight that makes my stomach churn. "Come back here, human," one shouts. "This is your last chance." My fingers find my bracelet, the one Jerome wove for me last summer. Are they hurting him now? Is Manny crying for me? The thought of them suffering because of my choices twists like a knife in my chest. Don't acknowledge them. Zegorah's voice rumbles behind me, closer than I expected. His presence fills the space, dark and commanding. "But my brothers are safer with you here." His hand settles on my shoulder, scalding hot through the thin silk. "The elves won't dare harm them while you're under my protection." I turn to face him, searching those gold eyes for any hint of deception. "You killed their emissary, and then more. They'll want revenge. Let them try." His lips curve into a predatory smile that sends a shiver down my spine. Fear or desire, I'm not sure anymore. Maybe both. The connection between us pulses like a living thing. Every touch, every kiss we shared burns in my memory. But can I trust this? Trust him? My brothers' lives hang in the balance, and for all his power, Zegorah is still a dragon. His idea of protection might be very different from mine. "You haven't seen them yet," I whisper. "You haven't saved them." "Soon." His fingers trace my jaw, and despite everything, I lean into his touch. "You're mine now. That means they're under my protection too. But am I truly his? Or am I just another treasure to add to his hoard?" The dark elves below shout more threats, and my heart races. Everything I want and everything I fear crashes together like waves against these cliffs. My heart slams against my ribs as Lord Vexis approaches the cliff's edge, his silver hair whipping in the wind. Even from this height, I can see the familiar sneer twisting his perfect features. How many times had I scrubbed his flaws while bearing that same look of contempt? "Return the human servant at once," his voice carries up the cliff face. "She must answer for her crimes against our people." A laugh bubbles up in my throat, bitter and sharp. Crimes? Like daring to save my family from being sacrificed? Like refusing to bow and scrape anymore? "You dare make demands of a dragon?" Zegorah's voice rumbles beside me, dark with fury. "The girl belongs to us. She is property of the dark elf estates, nothing more." Vexis's lips curl into a cruel smile. Return her, and we may yet maintain our arrangement. My fingers find my bracelet again, twisting the worn threads. The same hands that wove this now reach for me from some dark cell. Jerome. Manny. My chest tightens. "I am no one's property," I call down, surprising myself with the strength in my voice. "Not yours, not anymore." "Insolent wretch!" Vexis draws his sword, the enchanted blade gleaming with purple fire. "You forget your place." "No." I step closer to the edge, feeling Zegorah's heat at my back. "I've finally found it." That's when Zegorah unleashes. The heat from Zegorah's flames sears my face as Lord Vexis's screams pierce the air. His pristine silver hair ignites first, then his expensive robes, until there's nothing left but ash scattering in the wind. His face crinkles like burning paper, and the smell makes my stomach lurch. I've seen death before, but never like this. You dare attack what's mine? Zegorah's roar shakes the very ground beneath us. A blast of purple energy strikes the cliff face inches from my head. Instinctively, I dive behind a massive boulder, my silk dress tearing at the knee. More spells crash against the rocks, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Stay back! Zegorah shifts into his full dragon form, his massive wings casting shadows over the battlefield. My hands tremble as I press against the cold stone. This isn't like the careful planning I did to survive in Lowtown. This isn't like scrubbing floors and keeping my head down. This is war. The human trash dies today, another dark elf commander shouts. Magic crackles through the air, making my skin prickle. I peek around the boulder. Dozens of dark elf warriors advance up the cliff path, their enchanted weapons glowing with deadly purpose. Zegorah meets them with flame and fury, but they keep coming. They're not just here for tribute anymore. They want blood. My blood. My fingers find my bracelet again, twisting the worn threads. What have I done? I thought being with Zegorah meant safety, meant power. But I've just traded one form of danger for another, and this time I'm not the one calling the shots. I'm just caught in the crossfire between ancient forces I barely understand. All I wanted was my brothers. Stay down. Zegorah's tail sweeps past my hiding spot, crushing 3 warriors against the cliff face. I press myself flat against the ground as another spell blasts overhead. The silk dress, his gift, now feels like a mockery. I'm still just a servant girl playing at being something more, and now I might get us both killed. Magic crackles through the air as I stumble away from my hiding spot. The silk dress tangles around my legs, and I tear at the hem, freeing myself to run. Purple energy sizzles past my ear, so close I feel my hair stand on end. Move! Zegorah's wings snap open with a sound like thunder. The downdraft nearly knocks me off my feet as he launches himself at our attackers. I sprint toward the cave entrance, but another blast of magic cuts off my escape route. The ground beneath my feet bubbles and steams, forcing me to backpedal. My lungs burn as I gasp for air. The human can't hide forever. A dark elf taunts from somewhere below. Your pet will die screaming, dragon. Zegorah's answering roar shakes loose stones from the cliff face. I press myself against the rock wall, searching desperately for cover. There's nowhere to go but down or deeper into the cave, and both options leave me exposed. A blast of purple energy strikes the cliff inches from my head. Sharp fragments of rock slice my cheek, and I taste blood. My legs shake as I force myself to keep moving. Behind you! Zegorah's warning comes too late. I spin around to find a dark elf warrior materializing from the shadows, his blade already swinging for my throat. I drop and roll, feeling the wind of his strike pass over me. The silk dress tears completely now, but I couldn't care less about the ruined fabric. My heart pounds against my ribs as I scramble back to my feet. The warrior's eyes gleam with cruel amusement as he advances. This isn't like dodging kicks from angry nobles or slipping away from handsy guards. This is real combat, and I'm hopelessly outmatched. Such a fragile thing, the warrior sneers, raising his blade for another strike. Let's see what the dragon values more, his pride or his plaything. A wall of flame erupts between me and the warrior, so intense it turns the air to steam. In a heartbeat, the dark elf becomes nothing but ash on the wind. The heat sears my face, and I stumble backward, my torn dress tangling around my legs. Zegorah's massive tail sweeps across the cliff top, sending armoured bodies flying like leaves in a storm. They crash against rocks, tumble over the edge, but still they come. More materialise from the shadows, their weapons crackling with deadly magic. Get inside! Zegorah's voice booms across the battlefield. I scramble toward the cave entrance, my traitorous heart thrashing against my ribs. Behind me, Zegorah rears up, his wings blocking out the sun. The sound that comes from his throat isn't just a roar, it's pure devastation. Fire cascades down the cliff face like a molten waterfall. Dark elf soldiers scream as the flames consume them, their enchanted armour melting like wax. The very stone beneath their feet glows red hot. I press myself against the cool cave wall, unable to look away. This is what true power looks like, not the petty cruelty of the dark elves, not their magic tricks and political games. This is ancient, primal force that reshapes the world itself. My fingers find my bracelet again, twisting the worn threads as my mind races. I've given myself to this creature, bound my life to his. The same flames that just turned my enemies to ash could just as easily— "More coming!" a dark elf commander shouts from below. "For the estate!" Another wave of flame answers them, and I retreat deeper into the safety of the lair. My hands shake as I remember the heat on my face, the way those soldiers just ceased to exist. What happens when Zegorah's possessive nature turns to rage? What happens when I inevitably disappoint him? The mountain itself seems to tremble with his fury, and I wonder what I've really gotten myself into. Another explosion rocks the cave, and I press myself deeper into the shadows. My fingers trace the ancient runes carved into the wall. How long has Zegorah lived here? How many dark elf generations has he watched come and go? "Your beast can't protect you forever." A dark elf commander's voice echoes through the cavern. "We've maintained this arrangement for centuries." Centuries. The word hits me like a physical blow. What kind of arrangement? What game have I stumbled into? Zegorah's roar drowns out my thoughts, and the cave trembles with his fury. Through a gap in the rocks, I watch him tear through the dark elf ranks like they're made of paper. His black scales shimmer with ancient magic. Magic I never knew existed in our world. "You dare break our covenant!" another elf shouts before being engulfed in flames. "The sacrifices were part of the deal." Deal? My heart pounds against my ribs. All those missing children over the years. Had Zegorah known? Had he been part of it? "The arrangement is over." Zegorah's voice booms across the battlefield. "She is mine now. The old ways die today." The old ways. I twist my bracelet, thinking of all the stories I'd dismissed as fairy tales. Dragons and dark elves, ancient pacts sealed in blood. And here I am, a servant girl of the lowlands, born to die in the dirt I've worked in my whole life. And now, who dares to change the rules of their game? "Look what you've done," I whisper to myself, watching another wave of soldiers march to their death. You thought you could control a dragon's power? You can barely understand it. The heat of Zegorah's flame reaches me even here, and I wonder, does he truly love me? Can a creature so ancient, so powerful, really care for someone like me? Or am I just another piece in this centuries-old power play? My torn silk dress suddenly feels like a costume, a child playing at being important. I thought I was so clever, bargaining with a dragon, but I'm beginning to realise I never understood the true stakes of this game.
Chapter 13. Zegorah. The stench of charred flesh fills my nostrils as I stand among the remnants of the dark elves. My breath comes in short bursts, fire still dancing at the back of my throat. Such pathetic creatures, thinking they could challenge me. A whimper draws my attention to the cave entrance. Marjorie huddles behind a boulder, clutching her bleeding arm. The sight of her wound sends a surge rage through me. My claws flex instinctively, and I have to force them to retract. "You're hurt." "It's nothing." She avoids my gaze, pressing her hand tighter against the wound. Weak, human, fragile. The words echo in my mind as I watch her. What has this creature done to me? Centuries of careful isolation shattered by one stubborn woman. My reputation among dragonkind would be in tatters if they could see me now, playing protector to a human. This is what comes of dealing with mortals, I growl, more to myself than her. Nothing but chaos and compromise. I didn't ask you to fight them, didn't you? I turn on her, my eyes blazing. You brought this conflict to my door the moment you sought me out. And now look. I gesture to the battlefield, to the bodies strewn across my territory. I've become no better than a common guard dog. The fire in my throat intensifies with my anger. How dare she reduce me to this? I am Zegorah, Dragon Lord of the Western Cliffs, not some pet to be summoned at will. Yet here I stand, defending a human who has somehow wormed her way past centuries of carefully constructed walls. My control slips further with each passing moment. The binding deal we struck weighs heavy on my mind, a chain I willingly placed around my own neck. I stalk deeper into my lair, claw-tipped fingers scraping against stone with each step. The familiar glint of gold and jewels surrounds me, but for the first time in centuries, their luster fails to soothe my restless spirit. What have I become? I swat over a pile of golden chalices, something the elves gave me centuries ago. The sound echoes through the cavern, a hollow ring that mirrors the emptiness growing inside me. The memory of Fur Island rises unbidden, the crystalline spires where dragons gathered, the respect in their eyes when I passed. We were gods there, not glorified guard dogs for lesser beings. The scent of smoke and blood still clings to me, and so does that primal rage remains. Running my fingers over an ancient tome from my homeland, I remember the grand libraries where dragonkind shared knowledge freely. Here I hoard treasures like a common beast, defending them from creatures that should be beneath my notice. Zegorah? Marjorie's voice carries from the entrance. I note the slight wave in her voice. I grip the tome tighter, my knuckles white. Leave me, I rumble. What would my kin think if they could see me now? The great Zegorah, reduced to protecting a human mate, fighting dark elf soldiers like some common mercenary. I press my forehead against the cool stone wall. The isolation that once brought me peace now feels suffocating. I've watched countless human couples walking hand in hand through Lowtown streets. Their fleeting displays of affection used to disgust me. Now, pathetic creatures, I mutter, always seeking connection, always needing someone else to feel whole. Yet here I am, fighting dark elves over a human woman. The irony doesn't elude me. I glance at Marjorie, who watches me with doe eyes, but her spine is ramrod straight. God, she's stubborn and devastatingly beautiful. Something stirs in my chest, an unfamiliar ache I can't ignore. My claws scrape against stone as I shift restlessly. Dragons don't need love, I growl to myself. We take what we want. We own. We possess. I pry myself away from Marjorie, fighting the urge to sweep her into my arms and burn this world to the ground. I pace among my treasures while Marjorie watches. Dragons don't need love. We possess. We own. That's all there is. Love and possession aren't the same thing. Marjorie's voice cuts through my brooding like a blade. And every creature needs love, even dragons. I whirl to face her. The audacity. A mere human daring to lecture me about matters of the heart. My lips pull back in a snarl, revealing teeth sharp enough to rip through human flesh. You presume much, I growl, stalking toward her. Yet she doesn't back down. Those hazel eyes meet mine with unwavering defiance. The fire in my throat intensifies, but something else burns alongside it. Admiration. No one has dared speak to me this way in centuries. My kind would sooner burn a village than tolerate such insolence. But this human, this fascinating, infuriating, godly woman, I flex my fingers, fighting the urge to reach for her, to prove my dominance, to show her exactly what dragon possession means. but her words echo in my mind, stirring something I thought long buried. I turn away, unable to face the truth I see reflected in those fearless eyes. This is why she affects me so deeply. Not because I possess her, but because she possesses the courage to challenge me, to see past my scales and fire to something more. Damn her. Damn her and her human notions of love. But the words ring hollow. Now that this small human has swanned into my life, outrunning dark elves, striking a bargain with the mighty Zegorah, my whole existence has changed. Was love supposed to feel this heavy? This messy? The scent of Marjorie's blood still lingers in the air. The urge to protect her goes beyond mere possession. It's different. Unsettling. Love is a human weakness, I snarl softly to myself, but even as I say it, I know I'm lying. All these years of solitude, of watching others find connection, while I hoarded gold and gems, perhaps I wasn't above it all. Perhaps I was simply afraid of losing a blessing. Her... I clench my fists, my sharp talons breaking the skin of my palms. Behind me, Marjorie's soft footsteps retreat to the chaise where she slept. My jaw tightens at the sound. You should rest, I say, the words coming out harsher than intended. She says nothing in return. I see that the wound on her arm still bleeds. I can smell it. I almost turn to tend to her, but I tear myself away, stalking deeper into my lair. This isn't who I am. Dragons don't protect. We take, we destroy, we rule. Yet here I stand, fighting lesser creatures over a human woman. Damn it all, I growl, slamming my fist into the cave wall. The impact sends tremors through the rock, dislodging a shower of loose stones. Zegorah. Don't! The word thunders against the tall walls of the cavern. I can't look at her. Can't acknowledge how the sight of her blood makes me want to burn the entirety of the dark elves for hurting her, or how her blood, so potent and all-consuming, makes me want her even more. A low growl builds in my throat. This weakness, this vulnerability, it's beneath me. I am Zegorah, Dragon Lord of the Western Cliffs. I do not get involved in petty human conflicts. I do not feel. Dragons are meant to be above such things. We are power incarnate, not whatever I'm becoming. This is madness, I mutter, running a hand through my hair. The obsidian scales at my neck catch the light, a reminder of what I am, what she isn't. I sense Marjorie come to my side, that small, warm presence. She's calm, watchful, her eyes tracing my every movement. She's stripped a piece of her dress off and woven it around her arm. Guilt gnaws at my insides. I should have helped her. Again, that goddamned human feeling. If you're going to brood, at least let me tend to your wounds first, she says, her voice steady despite everything. My wounds! I bark out a laugh. I'm not the one bleeding. No, you're just wearing a trench in your floor. The casual way she speaks to me should infuriate me. No one speaks to a dragon this way. Yet, I find myself turning toward her, drawn by that quiet strength. I should send you away, I say, but even as the words leave my mouth, my hands reach for her injured arm. You're nothing but trouble. Then send me away, she says softly. A hint of a question behind her words. I wince as if struck. The thought of her leaving makes my chest constrict. When did this happen? When did this human become more valuable than all the gold in my hoard? I can't, I admit, the words burning my throat like acid. You're mine now, my mate. The possessiveness in my voice surprises even me, whether I like it or not. I cannot deny the truth that gleams at me as fiercely as Marjorie, who is pure, strong, and everything I need. There was no going back to the way things were, my former life accepting empty trinkets and watching years slide by. Marjorie is my mate. I am her mate. Chapter 14. Zegorah. Dawn breaks over the cliffs, spilling cool light across the lowlands and into my lair. I watch Marjorie in a deep sleep, the gentle rise and fall of her chest, and how her breath itches whenever she exhales. The bandage on her arm is a stark reminder of yesterday's battle, of the line the elves crossed and would dearly pay for now. My claws flex involuntarily, rage bubbling beneath my scales. The dark elves will learn their place. No one touches what's mine. I silently shift into my dragon form, careful not to Marjorie. My wings unfurl as I glide out of the cave and into the crisp morning air. The elves' scent still lingers from yesterday's battle. Fear, greed, and arrogance mixed with the metallic tang of blood. I follow it like a well-worn road. The trail leads me to their encampment hidden in the dense forest. Pathetic. They think mere trees can shield them from my wrath. I circle overhead, counting their numbers. 12 survivors. Good. Just enough to make an example of, but not enough to pose any real threat. I don't bother to hide myself. One spots me. The alarm goes up. Shouts and scrambling bodies. The idiots are trying to ready their weapons, as if arrows could pierce my scales. "Dragon Lord!" one calls out, a lowly-looking elf, voice trembling. "We meant no disrespect." I do not let him finish. I dive, roar, splitting the morning silence. Fire erupts from my maw, turning their hastily erected barriers to ash. 3 flee into the woods. "The human girl belongs to us!" One of the remaining fools shouts, magic crackling at his fingertips. "She must pay for her defiance!" Wrong answer. My claws tear through his chest before he can finish the spell. The remaining dark elves scatter like insects, but there's no escape. Not today. Not after they dared to harm my mate. The 3 remaining elves do not hesitate to scatter into the forest. I wait, giving them a head start. Then I begin my hunt. I stalk through the dense forest, massive form moving with unnatural silence. The scent of their fear draws me forward like a beacon. 3 survivors, 3 lessons to teach. The first one trips over a root, stumbling in his panic. Pathetic. My jaws snap shut around his neck before he can scream. Blood sprays across the canopy of leaves overhead, severing his head from shoulders in one clean bite. The metallic taste of blood floods my mouth, awakening something primal within me. His head rolls across the forest floor like a loose apple, hitting the base of a tree with a wet thud. I collect his head in my claw. A token for later. On to the next one. This time I weave between the trees, thicker and more dense this far into the forest. The elf would not be heard by human ears, but mine detect his footfalls as though they were my own. "Please." The second one begs as I corner him against a cliff face. "We'll leave you alone, I pin him with my claws, savoring his terror. The elf's blue eyes widen in utter horror. My talons pierce flesh, drawing out his agony as I tear him apart, piece by piece. His screams echo through the forest until the blood fills his throat, reducing his pleas to wet gurgles. I peel away layers of his flesh like skinning a chicken. Then I dismember his body that snaps apart as easily as twigs. 2 arms and 1 head. The last one, their leader, I note with satisfaction, has managed to put some distance between us. But I can smell him. The stench of his fear mingles with the morning dew as I track him through the shadows. I find him cowering behind a fallen tree, purple magic crackling uselessly at his fingertips. His eyes widen as I emerge from the gloom, my scales catching what little light filters through the canopy. "You dare harm what's mine!" My voice rumbles like distant thunder. "The human girl," he starts. "She's mine. No one takes what's mine." I loom over the elf leader, my claws pressing into the earth on either side of him. "She's human," he spits, blood trickling from his mouth. "A mere mortal. What could she possibly mean to a dragon?" His words strike deeper than I care to admit. The fire building in my throat falters for a moment. What does she mean to me? What if this consuming desire isn't even mine? What if it's just her influence, her strange hold over me? I've lived centuries in peaceful solitude. Now I'm fighting battles, protecting a human, feeling things I've never... You think I haven't considered that? My voice drops to a dangerous whisper. Her mortality, the fleeting nature of her existence. The elf's eyes widen, sensing weakness. She'll wither and die while you remain unchanged. Is she worth... I silence him with a snarl, but doubt gnaws at my chest. He's right. Marjorie will age. She'll die, a mere blink in my centuries-long existence. Am I truly willing to bind myself to such temporary happiness? My claws flex involuntarily. Dragons don't love humans, the elf wheezes. We both know this is beneath you. Love? The clangs through me. Knowing his words met its target, the elf sneers in delight. I bite down on his face, tearing out his eyes and nose. I let myself rip into him, every bite an answer to a thought. Why does the thought of Marjorie's death bother me so deeply? Why does the idea of returning to my solitary existence feel so... empty? When there's nothing left of the elf, only ribbons of flesh, the forest goes silent. The familiar weight of power settles in my chest, a reminder of who and what I truly am. The elves' screams still echo in my mind. How long has it been since I've unleashed my full strength? Too long. I've grown soft, accepting their pathetic tributes, playing their diplomatic games. The blood on my hands feels right. Natural. For too long, I've let the dark elves think they could control me with their offerings and false respect. They needed this reminder of their place in the natural order, of who will forever remain above their species. I flex my fingers, still feeling the phantom sensation of tearing through flesh. The violence awakened something in me, something I'd almost forgotten in my years of isolation. This is what it means to be a dragon. This is the power that courses through my veins. I feel the forest watching me, waiting to see if I will unleash the fire brooding within me. Instead, I snatch the two arms and head of the dismembered elves and take to the sky, wings beating against the rays of the new morning sun. My gaze sweeps over the valley below. Let them come. Let them try to take what's mine. I am Zegorah, and I will remind them all why dragons are feared. I soar over the dark elf estate, my wings casting shifting shadows across their precious gardens, over the tower where Marjorie's brothers are imprisoned. The dismembered parts of the elf dangles from my talons, blood dripping onto their pristine walkways. Perfect. The first arm lands in their crowded courtyard. Screams erupt as it bounces across the marble, casting crimson streaks across the polished floor. The second arm crashes through a stained glass window where their council meets. Glass shatters, followed by more satisfying shrieks. My chest swells with savage pride. I circle lower, watching servants scatter like insects. Guards rush to positions, readying their pathetic weapons. The head of their leader dangles from my claw, face frozen in terror. With deliberate slowness, I impale it on the decorative spike by their main gate. Blood trickles down the metalwork as I position it to face the entrance. The elf's angular face has sagged into a frozen scream, forever in fear. Let every elf who passes see what defiance earns them, the consequence of threatening my territory and my mate. The estate erupts into chaos. Guards shout orders. Nobles flee into the mansion. Servants abandon their posts. My wings stir the air as I hover, savoring their panic. A message, I rumble, written in the blood of those who dared harm what's mine. Fire builds in my chest. I release it in a torrent, setting the ornamental trees flanking their gates ablaze. The flames catch quickly, spreading from branch to branch. Smoke billows into the morning sky, another warning sign for any who might challenge me. The elves pour from the mansion like ants from a disturbed hill. Panic synchronized to the thrum of power coursing through my veins, across my obsidian scales. Leaving the estate behind, I soar back to my lair. I land gracefully at the entrance. The scent of blood still clings to my claws, but I shift into my humanoid form before entering. Marjorie lies curled on the furs where I left her, her bandaged arm cradled against her chest. My steps echo softly as I approach. Her breathing changes. She's awake, though pretending not to be. I know you're conscious. I settle beside her, studying the way her dark hair spills across the pelts. Your breathing betrays you. She opens those defiant hazel eyes, sitting up slowly. Where did you go? Delivering a message. I flex my fingers, remembering the satisfying crunch of elven bones. The dark elves needed a reminder of their place. Her gaze drops to my hands, where flecks of dried blood still stain my skin. She swallows hard, but doesn't flinch away. Did you kill them all? Only those who dared harm what's mine. The words come out as a low growl. I reach for her injured arm, carefully examining the bandage. How does it feel? It stings. She meets my eyes, chin lifted slightly. But I've had worse. A painful memory crosses her green eyes and her nose scrunches. I don't press her for more, but I hate the anger that swirls inside me, for knowing she likely has endured far worse from both mortal men and elves. My fingers trace the edge of the bandage. Such fragile creatures. Humans. Yet she carries her wounds with pride, refusing to show weakness. The dark elves won't touch you again, I say, letting my hand fall away. I've made sure of that. Her eyes flicker. The ghost of a question whispers across her parted lips. I try to keep my gaze level, not revealing any hint of the carnage I just unleashed. Of that primal rage that overcame me. Marjorie must never see the monster deep within me, because I am not that way with her.
Chapter 15. Marjorie. The heat from the fire does little to ease the chill that's settled in my bones. My arm throbs where the arrow grazed it, the fresh bandage tight but secure. I watch Zegorah's back, his humanoid form silhouetted against the night sky. His power cascades off him in wisps of shadows, and off his black hair that reveal a faint sheen of obsidian-like scales at the roots. He hasn't spoken since returning from whatever violent retribution he dealt to the dark elves, which makes me more anxious. But I'd seen a flicker of that power the night we flew over the dark elf estate. It's something entirely dangerous, something he didn't wish for me to see. I fidget with my bracelet, the familiar motion calming my nerves. Are you planning to brood all night? His shoulders tense. I do not brood. Really? Because from where I'm sitting, you're doing a fantastic impression of it. Maybe it's the pain making me bold, or maybe I'm just tired of tiptoeing around his mood. He turns, his eyes now the colour of amber gleams in the firelight. You think this is amusing? No, I think this is ridiculous. I stand, wincing as the movement pulls at my wound. You're acting like I planned for this to happen. Didn't you? He stalks toward me, scales rippling beneath his skin. You brought this conflict to my door. I cut myself off, taking a deep breath. I came to you because I had no choice, because I thought the dark elves were going to sacrifice my siblings to you anyway. And now look what that's brought us. He gestures to my injured arm. Chaos, violence, complications I never asked for. Welcome to life with other people, I snap. It's messy and complicated and sometimes it hurts, but at least it's not lonely. That stops him short. He stares at me, something flickering in those ancient eyes. For a moment, I think I've gone too far. My hands shake as I force the words out, steady and clear despite my frayed nerves. We can't keep going like this. Zegorah's expression remains unreadable. The fire burning in one of his scones casts shadows down the sharp planes of his face. There is a predatory intensity about him, in his energy, that makes my skin prickle. I press on, my heart thundering in my chest. This gamble could cost me everything, but I have to try. You want more than this, more than just sitting in your lair, hiding from the world. I take a step closer, and I want more than just surviving. The words hang in the air between us. My breath catches as I wait for his response, knowing I've just challenged centuries of isolation and pride. Dangerous. This is so dangerous. Zegorah's eyes narrow. What are you proposing, human? My nerves skitter, knowing what I'm about to say next might cost mine and my brother's lives. You already have me as your mate. I take another step closer, now mere inches from his nose. But we could have more. Your power, my knowledge of these lands and people. We could build something together. My voice lowers. We take the town. Together. You've seen how the dark elves treat my people. You have the power to stop them, and I have the knowledge of the land, the loyalty of the humans. Zegorah raises an eyebrow, intrigued but cautious. And in return, my heart skips a beat, but I keep my voice level. I will become your mate, willingly. We will rule this place together. You will have the power and respect you deserve, and I will have the chance to protect my people. The silence stretches between us as I watch a flurry of thoughts shutter behind Zegorah's eyes. What this would mean for him, his power, his authority, could rewrite the course of Protheka's history. But I don't want power, not in the way Zegorah does. I want my family, peace. My people need a leader who can protect them. Now that I have a dragon lord backing me, I have a chance to protect my people once and for all. Without my family, I have nothing in this world. My brothers, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. Are they safe? His response is clipped, but something in his tone eases the knot in my chest. The dark elves wouldn't dare harm them now. His pupils dilate as though watching a slow death play out. What did you do to the elves? I breathe. What's stopping them from hurting my brothers? As though hearing my unspoken question, Zegorah's gaze lifts to mine. I did what was necessary. His voice is thunder in a stormy sky. I alone outnumber all of the dark elves combined. If they have any sense, they won't harm your brothers, knowing I could burn through their population in seconds. The weight of what I'm dealing with hits me as I study Zegorah's features. The deeper planes of his face hold centuries of secrets. The legends whispered in Lowtown barely scratch the surface of what he truly is. My fingers brush against my bracelet as questions about Foe Island dance on my tongue. But the tight set of his jaw, the predatory stillness in his stance, warns me away from that path. Dragons are private creatures, and this one more than most. You're staring, he says, breaking the silence. I drop my gaze. I was thinking about how little I actually know about you. The words slip out before I can stop them. His expression hardens. And what makes you think you need to know more? I twist my bracelet between my fingers, choosing my next words carefully. The wrong question could shatter everything I've built with him. My curiosity about his past burns inside me, but I push it aside. He wasn't willing to divulge his history. Fine. But I deserve an honest, straight answer to something else. Do you kill because you can? Zegorah inclines his head, but I can't tell if he wants to bite my head off or hear me out. Is hunting just sport to you? The unspoken accusation hangs in the air, a sadistic hobby to pass your immortal time. Zegorah's amber eyes lock onto mine. The fire casts dancing shadows across his face as he steps closer. You think me some mindless beast? His voice drops low, dangerous. That I slaughter for entertainment? I hold my ground despite the thunder in my chest. Then explain it to me. Killing is never sport. He flexes his fingers, and I catch the glint of claws. There's a balance to magic that must be maintained. Every death has purpose, has meaning. His eyes narrow. When someone disrupts that balance, through senseless violence, through killing innocents, it weakens the very magic that flows through my veins. The intensity in his gaze pins me in place. True power comes from respecting the magic that binds us all. Killing doesn't make one stronger. It merely restores balance when necessary. I swallow hard, processing his words. This isn't the answer I expected from a creature of legend. So today, with the dark elves, they threatened what's mine. His voice rumbles deep in his chest. They upset the balance. I restored it. Zegorah takes another step forward, studying me with that predatory intensity. Regarding your proposal, you've been dancing around the idea of being my mate since you arrived. So have you, I say. You want more than just another treasure for your hoard. You want influence, power, recognition. And you think you can provide that? He makes a guttural sound deep in his throat. I think together we could build something neither of us could achieve alone. My wounded arm throbs from the blood thundering through my entire body. The dark elves fear you, but they don't respect you. Not really. They treat you like a weapon to be appeased. But with me, with the loyalty of my people, a chance to be more than just the dragon in the cliffs. Zegorah had isolated himself for centuries while false legends had formed around his name. He wasn't the monster the elves had led my people to believe. He wasn't responsible for abducting the children. Like me, he had lost his family for centuries. I couldn't imagine how that felt. My bargain wasn't just a plea deal for more power. It was a chance for him to redress his name the elves had defiled for so long. The silence stretches between us like a taut wire. My heart pounds against my ribs as I watch Zegorah's expression shift, eyes studying me with newfound intensity. You surprise me, human, Zegorah finally says, and he takes a deliberate step closer, forcing me to tilt my head back to look straight into his eyes. The heat from his body radiates against my skin, and I take in the depth of his brazen eyes. Perhaps you are more than just a pawn, he purrs. I can't tell if his words are meant as praise or criticism. The way he says human has changed, though, less dismissive, more contemplative. My fingers brush against my bracelet, but I force them still. No showing weakness now. I've always been more than just a pawn, I say, voice equally low. You're just finally starting to see it. The air between us crackles. Something has shifted. I can feel it in the way he holds himself, in the slight tilt of his head as he considers me. For the first time since entering his lair, I don't feel like prey. Now, with our new deal, he is to treat me like his equal. This is what power feels like. Not the crushing weight of the dark elves' boots, not the desperate scramble for survival, but this moment, standing before a dragon who I've made see me as an equal. Power thrums through me like a living thing. My pulse quickens as I watch Zegorah's amber eyes darken with interest. The way he looks at me now, not as prey, not as a possession, but as something more. Heat courses through my veins. I step close enough to feel the warmth radiating from his skin. The scales beneath his flesh shimmer in the firelight, mesmerizing. So, I say, my voice low and steady despite my racing heart, partners? His hand comes up to cut my face, thumb brushing over my scar. The touch sends electricity down my spine. Partners, he agrees, his voice a deep rumble that I feel in my bones. My breath catches as his other hand settles on my hip, pulling me closer. The hard planes of his chest press against me, and I can feel the inhuman strength coiled beneath his skin. But for once I'm not afraid. This power is mine too now. Tell me what you want, he murmurs, his lips ghosting over my ear. The sensation makes me shiver. You know what I want. I tilt my head back, meeting his gaze with newfound boldness. My fingers trail up his chest, feeling the slight roughness of scales beneath the fabric of his robes. His grip tightens, possessive yet careful of my injury. Say it. The command in his voice makes my knees weak, but I refuse to back down. I want you, I breathe, pressing closer. All of you. I don't know whether I'm drawn in by his magic, if I'm under his spell, but I don't feel that same heaviness. I want him because, for once, I've been seen beyond my status. I'm not just a slave girl from the lowlands. Now we're so close that I can see his pupils dilate. A growl rumbles through his chest as he claims my mouth with his. The kiss is fierce, hungry, nothing like our previous encounters. This time we're equals, partners in power and pleasure both. His hands roam my body as mine explore his, mapping the places where smooth skin gives way to scales. When we break apart, both breathing hard, the look in his eyes promises so much more. Mine, he growls against my lips. I smile, feeling drunk on power and desire. Yours, I agree, and you're mine. There isn't much left of the world after the orcs came.
Savage. Brutal. Merciless.
If you're a woman, you're property. Even to other humans.
What happens when an orc stakes his claim on a human woman? Who would dare to stop him?
Me. Chapter 16. Marjorie. The air in Zegorah's lair feels different now, charged with a new kind of energy. It's as if the very stones beneath my feet are aware of the shift in power. I can feel the high of somehow being in control, a sensation I've tasted only in fleeting moments. It's intoxicating, like the heady rush of adrenaline after a near escape. Is this how Zegorah feels after a successful hunt? This unwavering desire to claim victory? He wants something from me. Something more than just another treasure for his hoard. He wants influence, power, respect. And I have it. I can give him what he wants. And he, in his own alpha way, is willing to take a gamble on me, on us. I watch him closely, his obsidian form casting a long shadow in the glow of the enchanted gems. His eyes, a molten gold, hold 1,000 secrets, and yet I feel like I'm only just beginning to understand him. He's a creature of dominance and strength, and yet there's a softness to his gaze when he looks at me. It's subtle, like the first light of dawn creeping over the horizon, but it's there. You've given this proposal of yours a lot of thought, Zegorah says, his voice a low rumble that seems to resonate with the very core of me. I nod, meeting his gaze with an unwavering resolve. I have, and I believe it could work, for both of us. A slow, almost predatory smile spreads across his face, revealing the sharp points of his teeth. You're a surprising creature, Marjorie. I never expected to find such ambition in a human. I return his smile with a small one of my own, my heart pounding in my chest. Well, you've brought out a side of me I didn't know existed. Zegorah steps closer, the heat from his body wrapping around me like a warm blanket. And what side would that be? The side that doesn't just want to survive, I say, my voice barely above a whisper. The side that wants to thrive, to make a difference. He tilts his head, considering me with an intensity that makes my breath hitch. And you believe that aligning yourself with a dragon is the way to achieve that. I don't just believe it, I reply, my voice steady despite the fluttering in my stomach. I know it. You and I, Zegorah, we're not so different. We both want more from this world. We both want to be free from the chains that have bound us. His gaze flickers to my bandaged arm, then back to my eyes. You're willing to risk a lot for this freedom. I lift my chin defiantly. Freedom is always a risk, but it's one I'm willing to take. Zegorah's smile fades, replaced by a look of respect. Then we are in agreement, he says, his voice carrying the weight of a binding contract. We will take the town together, and you will become my mate. A shiver runs down my spine at his words, but I don't back down. I've made my choice, and I'll stand by it. Yes, I say, my voice echoing in the cavernous lair. We will rule together. For a moment, neither of us speaks. The silence is filled with the unspoken promises of what's to come, a future that's both terrifying and exhilarating. I can feel the bond between us solidifying, a connection forged in the fire of our ambitions. Zegorah reaches out, his clawed hand gently brushing a stray lock of hair from my face, a surprisingly tender gesture. We will be unstoppable, he murmurs, his eyes locked onto mine. I nod, my heart racing with anticipation. Unstoppable, I echo, sealing our pact with a single word. Together, we will rewrite the course of history, reshaping the world into something new, something born of both shadow and flame. And in this moment, I realise that I am no longer just a servant girl from Lowtown. I am Marjorie, future mate to Zegorah, and together we will claim our place in the annals of Prathika's legacy. I watch Zegorah, his form a shadow against the faint glow of the enchanted gems. He's preparing to leave, his mind already set on the bloody path ahead. The air is thick with the weight of our agreement, a pact bound in power and raw necessity. I can't shake the feeling that I'm on the cusp of something monumental, something that will alter the fabric of my existence forever. As he turns away, a surge of boldness courses through my veins. I can't let him walk away just yet. I need to tilt the scales further in my favour to ensure that he'll honour our deal to the letter. Swallowing my nerves, I reach for the hem of my tunic and pull it over my head, letting the worn fabric pool at my feet. Zegorah freezes, his golden eyes widening slightly as he takes in the sight of my undressed form, bathed in the soft, otherworldly light. My heart hammers against my ribcage, a wild, frantic rhythm that threatens to consume me whole. I'm stepping into uncharted territory, driven by a mix of desperation and a newfound desire to claim what I want, to claim him. Marjorie, he says, my name a low growl on his lips. It's both a warning and a question, laced with the kind of hunger that sends a shiver down my spine. Take me, Zegorah, I say, the words tumbling out in a rush. My voice is steady, but there's an underlying tremor that betrays my nervousness. Seal our deal with more than just words. His gaze rakes over me, drinking in every curve, every scar that tells the story of my life. I can see the battle raging within him, the alpha male used to taking what he wants, now faced with an offering he hadn't anticipated. You're playing a dangerous game, he warns, his voice a low rumble that vibrates through the air between us. I step forward, closing the distance. I'm not playing, I reply, my gaze never leaving his. I'm staking my claim. I want you to remember what's at stake, what you stand to gain. I want you to remember me. A predatory smirk tugs at the corner of his mouth, revealing the sharp points of his teeth. As if I could forget, he says, his eyes gleaming with desire. In one swift motion, he closes the space between us, his hands gripping my hips with a fierceness that takes my breath away. His touch is electric, igniting a fire within me that I never knew existed. It's a stark contrast to the coolness of the cavern air, a stark contrast to the life of hardship I've known.
This scene is about to get too steamy for YouTube's comfort, and as much as we'd love to keep going, their guidelines say we need to stop here.
To continue releasing these free audiobooks on this platform, we've got to play by the rules.
But the passion doesn't end here.
Visit worldsofprothika.com to hear the full, uncut version of this fantasy romance, and every daring moment that YouTube can't handle.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off unabridged audiobooks in the Worlds of Prothika.
Don't let YouTube hold you back. Immerse yourself in a world of magic, danger, and unfiltered passion.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
Listen unabridged and you'll never want to go back. Zegorah's arm tightens around me, pulling me closer against his chest. His voice, when he finally speaks, is a low rumble that vibrates through my body. "You are full of surprises, Marjorie," he says, his breath warm against my ear. "I underestimated you." I turn my head to look at him, propping my head on my palm. "And you, Zegorah," I reply, my voice soft but steady, "are far more than the monster everyone believes you to be." A boyish smile spreads across his face, a stark contrast to the dragon he presents to the world. As we lay there together, the weight of our agreement settles. Yes, I'd agreed to become his mate, but that wasn't forged from love. No, it was for power. But for now, in this moment, we are simply two beings, finding solace in each other's arms, fulfilling a natural desire. Our journey has only just begun, and I know there will be challenges, obstacles that will test our resolve and our loyalty to one another. But as I rest my head on Zegorah's chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart, I can't help but feel a surge of hope. This was clearly not meaningless with him. Then maybe that meant me as his mate wasn't just a means to an end. Maybe his feelings went far deeper than any other menial power deal.
Chapter 17. Zegorah. We rose at dawn. In the early mornings, the air is crisp, thin, and the forest undisturbed, which also meant the chances of another elf inquisition were far more slim. If Marjorie and I were to rule the Lowtown and the dark elves together, she needed to know how to defend herself. After the recent attack from the dark elves, she wouldn't stand a chance again, especially if she could barely hold a weapon. I flew us to the outer parameters of the forest, far away from any form of civilization. In a clearing, an open field offered the perfect terrain for training, where I whittled a tree into a makeshift dummy. I stand at the edge of the ground, arms folded across my chest as I watch Marjorie struggle with the wooden spear. Her movements are unpolished, raw. The bandage on her arm from the recent battle is a stark reminder of why this training is necessary. "Your grip is too tight," I say. "You're strangling the weapon." "Easy for you to say." Marjorie adjusts her stance, sweat beading on her forehead. "You've had centuries to practice. And you have days before the dark elves regroup. Loosen your fingers." She follows my instruction, but the spear wobbles in her grasp. Her determination shows in the set of her jaw, the intensity of her gaze. It stirs something in me, pride, perhaps, or possession. The line between the two grows blurrier each day. "Again," I command. "Strike the target!" Marjorie lunges forward, the spear missing the mark by inches. Her breath comes in sharp gasps, frustration evident in every line of her body. "Better, but you're thinking too much." I move behind her, my hands covering hers on the shaft of the spear. "Feel the weapon's balance. Let it become part of you." Her pulse quickens at my touch. Even now, after everything, she still responds to my presence. Good. I become all too aware of how close her body is to mine. I push the thought away. "Like this?" She shifts her weight, following my guidance. "Yes." The word comes out as a growl. "Now strike." This time, when she moves, there's more fluidity. The spear finds its target on the makeshift dummy, and a small smile plays at the corner of her mouth. Don't get cocky, I warn. One successful strike doesn't make you a warrior. No, she agrees, readying her stance again. But it's a start. I watch Marjorie's form improve with each passing dawn. Her strikes grow more precise, her footwork more confident as the wound on her arm gradually heals. By the third day, the wooden spear becomes an extension of her arm, an instrument to kill. Hours into our training, her mind sharpens to the point of her spear. She's alert, focused, and angry. I know this look, this feeling. The fear of losing her brothers eats at her and feeds her anger. She knows what is at stake if our plan goes sour. So do I. But if she allows her anger to override her sensibilities, we have no chance. Your brothers are safe, I remind her as she misses a strike, her frustration building. The dark elves know better than to harm them while you're under my protection. And what happens if this plan fails? She readjusts her grip, knuckles white against the wood. What happens if it won't? I move behind her, correcting her stance with a touch. Your mind wanders to the worst possibilities. Focus on the present. She takes a deep breath, steadying herself. Show me that defensive move again. I demonstrate the block, noting how quickly she mirrors the motion. For a human, her adaptability is remarkable. She lacks the raw strength of a warrior, but her mind is sharp, calculating. She sees patterns in combat that took me decades to master. The dark elves won't expect you to fight back, I say, circling her as she practices. They see humans as sheep to be herded. Your resistance will catch them off guard. Like this? She executes a perfect counterstrike, the tip of her spear stopping inches from my chest. Precisely! Pride swells in my chest. You're learning faster than I anticipated. Her eyes flash with determination. I have to. My people are counting on me. I nod, understanding the burden she carries. She's not just fighting for herself or her siblings anymore. She's fighting for all of Lowtown, for a future she and I could forge together. Again, I command, raising my own practice weapon. Show me what else you've learned. We train until the early hours of the evening, not even noticing the day go past. Later that night, I spread the map of the dark elf estate across the stone floor, the firelight casting dancing shadows over the detailed illustrations. Marjorie leans forward, her fingertip tracing the outer walls. Their guard rotations are predictable, I say, tapping a section of the eastern wall. Every 3 hours, like clockwork. The servants' entrance here, she points to a narrow passage. It's barely guarded. They think it beneath them to watch where the humans come and go. I flex my fingers, studying her face in the flickering light. Her strategic mind continues to surprise me. You know their routines well. When you're treated like furniture, you learn to observe. She shifts closer, her shoulder brushing mine. The kitchens connect to the main hall through these corridors. The guards never patrol there. Too many cooking smells? I trace the path she indicates. A blind spot we can exploit. And here, she taps another section. The wine cellars. Dark elves store their precious vintages there. Hit that, and you'll create chaos in the upper levels. You've thought this through. Had to. Been planning an escape route since I was 12. A small smile plays at her lips. Never thought I'd be planning an invasion instead. I can't suppress my smirk. Her mind works differently than mine, seeing opportunities where I see only obstacles. The guards will expect an attack from above, I say, given my natural advantages. Then we give them exactly what they don't expect. She meets my gaze, her eyes bright with determination. They'll be looking to the sky while we slip in through their kitchen door. I find myself nodding, actually considering her suggestion rather than dismissing it outright. I watch her fingers trace the map, following the paths she knows so well. The firelight catches the slight tremor in her hands, exhaustion from our training, no doubt. Yet she doesn't stop, doesn't rest. Gone is the trembling human who first entered my lair. In her place sits a warrior, a strategist, my mate. The possessiveness that usually accompanies that thought feels different now. Less about ownership, more about partnership. You continue to surprise me, I admit, the words slipping out before I can stop them. She pauses, studying my face. Is that a good thing? It's... I flex my fingers, struggling with emotions I can't quite decipher myself. Different. A small smile plays at her lips. Different can be good. I grunt in response, but find myself moving closer, drawn to her warmth. Centuries of solitude, and now this human has worked her way under my scales, past my defenses. I should hate it, should resist it. Instead, I find myself accepting it. She returns to the map, but I barely hear her words. I'm too caught up in watching her eyes spark with determination. The realization doesn't anger me as it should. Instead, it settles in my chest like a warm coal, familiar and right. The night deepens as we pore over the maps, sitting in silence for long stretches of time, thinking. It feels natural, refreshing. Hours must have passed because I see her under eyes darken with the need for sleep. I gently place my hand over hers. You should get some rest now. Marjorie draws her gaze out of the map and out of her thoughts, green eyes meeting mine. We make a good team, she says softly. I huff a laugh. For the first time in centuries, I don't feel like the mighty dragon lord, isolated in his lair. I feel connected, present, almost human. I gently press a kiss to her forehead. We do.
Chapter 18. Marjorie. The wind cuts through my cloak as I grip Zegorah's scales. My thighs clench around his massive neck, heart thundering against my ribs. The ground drops away beneath us, and my stomach lurches at the dizzying height. Hold tight, Zegorah's voice rumbles through his body. We'll circle the estate first. Just don't drop me. The words come out shakier than I'd like. His deep chuckle vibrates against my legs. I would never let you fall, little mate. We soar over the dark forest, moonlight casting silver shadows across his obsidian scales. Each powerful beat of his wings sends ripples of muscle beneath me. The dark elf estate comes into view, its spires reaching like black fingers into the night sky. There. I point to the eastern tower. That's where they keep prisoners. My throat tightens. Jerome and Manny could be in there right now, scared and alone. 3 weeks. 3 weeks they've been without me. I smell fear, Zegorah growls. Many humans below. Can you tell if... My voice breaks. Can you tell if they're children? Too many scents mixed together. He banks left, circling wider. But they live. I would smell death if they didn't. I press my face against his scales, fighting back tears of relief. They're alive. That's all that matters. We'll get them out. Remember the plan, he rumbles. I'll create chaos at the main gate. You slip in through the servants' entrance while the squadron of dark elf warriors flock to the gate. I remember. My fingers trace the outline of the dagger at my hip, the one Zegorah made of his talons imbued with his own magic. The whirls of purple magic pulse across the pommel in my grip, steadying the terror that churns my core. I pray that all the hours of training clicks in. We only have one chance, and death could find me at any moment. I will cut a path through the elves and make straight for the prison tower to my brothers and the other children. I will, hopefully. Just be careful, I say to Zegorah, distracting myself from my worry. I rest my head against his stubby neck. Another low chuckle. Worried about me, little human? We're in this together now, I remind him. If you die, I lose everything. His wings still for a moment, and we glide in silence. When he speaks again, his voice is softer, almost tender. You won't lose me, Marjorie. Not tonight, not ever. We reach the main entrance of the estate where the elves have now decorated their spikes with human body parts. My stomach churns, and I swallow the bile rising in my throat. Zegorah's roar rips through the night like an inferno. The sound reverberates it in my bones. Even after weeks together, it still makes my heart stutter with fear. The dark elf soldiers below scatter like leaves in a storm, their shouts of alarm drowned by his thunderous cry. Now, he growls, and unleashes a stream of fire that turns the wooden gate into ash. The heat sears my face as I press against his scales. Screams erupt from below as soldiers dive for cover, their silver armour glinting in Zegorah's torrent of fire. Remember, I shout over the chaos. No killing unless necessary. We need them alive to tell tales of our mercy. Yes, little mate. His wings snap out, and we descend in a controlled dive. Though I make no promises if they harm you. My stomach lurches as we land, his massive claws crushing the cobblestones. I slide off his back, my boots hitting the ground with a jarring thud. The impact travels up my legs, but I keep my balance, just like we practiced. My fingers close around the dagger's hilt, and I feel Zegorah's power hum through me. Stay close to the shadows, Zegorah rumbles, his golden eyes fixed on the approaching soldiers. I'll keep their attention. Try not to enjoy yourself too much, I say, forcing a smile despite my racing heart. He lets out a low chuckle that sounds more like rolling thunder. Never. Dark elf warriors pour forth from the entrance. My focus sharpens, and every one of my senses comes alive. 2 warriors don't hesitate to charge forth, but Zegorah blasts them with fire, incinerating them before they even had the chance to swing their sword. I note 4 warriors stationed above on the fortress walls. An arrow whizzes past my ear just as I clear the entrance while the other warriors make for Zegorah. I drop and roll behind a stone pillar lining the entrance, my muscles remembering every training session. Your left! Zegorah's warning roars above the chaos. I spin, my dagger catching a dark elf's blade inches from my throat. The impact jars my arm, but the dragon-forged weapon holds. His eyes widen in recognition. The servant girl? He sneers, pressing harder. Playing at being a warrior? I twist my wrist the way Zegorah taught me, forcing his blade aside. Not playing anymore. The dagger slides between his ribs. He crumples with a gasp. Not dead, just like we planned. We need them alive to spread the word. Behind you! I duck as Zegorah's tail sweeps over me, sending 3 more elves flying. The heat of his flames washes over my back as he incinerates a volley of arrows mid-flight. Show off, I mutter, knowing he can hear me. His rumbling laugh shakes the courtyard. You love it. 2 more elves charge from opposite directions. I wait until the last second, then dive forward. They crash into each other with a satisfying clang of armour. Now that was showing off, Zegorah says, crushing a ballista under his claws. Learned from the best. I sprint toward the prison tower, my boots silent on the stone. Another elf steps into my path, sword raised. The dagger practically moves on its own, finding gaps in his armour like it's drawn to them. He drops with a grunt. Getting better with that thing, Zegorah calls out between bursts of flame. You made it for me! I press my back against the tower wall, catching my breath. It knows what to do. The dragon-forged dagger hums in my grip as another dark elf charges. His blade whistles past my ear, but my body moves on instinct now. Duck, pivot, strike. The movements flow together like water. Getting slow in your old age. I call out to Zegorah as I parry a thrust from my attacker. His rumbling laugh shakes loose stones from the tower walls. Just giving you room to dance. And it does feel like dancing. Each step, each strike, my body remembers every training session, every bruise, every victory. The dagger finds gaps in armour like it's drawn to them. One elf falls, then another. I spin away from a blade, letting momentum carry me into my next strike. The elf crumples with a grunt. Blood pounds in my ears, but my mind stays sharp. This isn't like before, when I cowered in corners and kept my head down. Each fallen elf, each step toward the prison tower. It's more than just survival now. No longer am I a pawn in the dark elves' game, nor Zegorah's. I am his mate, his equal. I glance back at Zegorah, and in the time seems to slow as my heart swells with pride. That split second costs me everything. Something heavy crashes over my head, tangling my limbs. A net. The weighted edges pin my arms to my sides, the rough rope cutting into my skin. Got her! A dark elf's triumphant cry rings out. I thrash against the bindings, but they only tighten. Zegorah! His roar of rage shakes the very foundations of the fortress. Through the mesh, I see him fling aside a group of elves like they're nothing more than ragdolls. Their armoured bodies crash against the stone walls with sickening crunches. He bounds toward me, his massive form crossing the courtyard in 2 strides. His golden eyes burn with fury, jaws opening to unleash his flame. Now! Another net arcs through the air, this one shimmering with dark magic. It expands mid-flight, growing large enough to entangle Zegorah's massive form. The moment it touches his scales, the purple runes along its edges flare to life. Zegorah's roar cuts off abruptly. His fire dies in his throat as the magic-suppressing net wraps around him, forcing him to the ground. Our eyes meet through the mesh of our respective prisons. The rage in his gaze shifts to something I've never seen before. Fear. Not for himself, but for me. Marjorie! His voice comes out strained, fighting against the magic that binds him. I cry out, reaching for him through the net. Zego! Something strikes the back of my head. Pain explodes behind my eyes, and darkness claims me.
Chapter 19. Zegorah. My head throbs as consciousness returns, the familiar weight of my power feeling distant and muted. Something is wrong. The air tastes stale, tainted with dark magic that makes my scales itch beneath my humanoid form. I remain still, assessing my surroundings through barely opened eyes. Green flames cast eerie shadows across stone walls. Their sickly light does nothing to pierce the oppressive darkness, crowding the corners of a cavernous hall. Beside me, Marjorie stirs. "Don't move," I whisper, my voice rougher than usual without my inner fire. The dark elf magic suppresses mine, choking it out and making even speech feel like wading through mud. "What's happening?" Marjorie's voice is steady despite our circumstances. Her shoulder brushes mine as she shifts closer. My magic is suppressed. The room feels cloistered, stuffing my lungs with the heaviness of the dark magic. I flex my fingers, trying to summon even a spark. Nothing. Strong enough to bind a dragon. My eyes narrow as I scan the room, the molten gold of my gaze providing the only natural light in this cursed place. No physical chains bind us, but the magical restraints are far worse. For the first time in centuries, I feel vulnerable. "Can you shift forms?" Marjorie's question comes as barely a breath. I bare my teeth in frustration. No. Whatever spell they've woven, it's ancient. Powerful. The admission tastes bitter on my tongue. Someone knows far too much about binding dragons. "Where are we?" Marjorie breathes. The shadows seem to writhe in the corners of my vision, and the green flames flicker ominously in their sconces. We're being watched, I'm certain of it. But without my power, without my fire, the realization slams into me. This is the Dark Elf Lord's fortress, and we are being watched. The gloom parts like a curtain, revealing our captor. The Dark Elf Lord lounges on his ornate throne, fingers tapping in arrogant rhythm against carved obsidian. His silver hair cascades over shoulders draped in midnight silk, and his lips curl into a sneer that makes my blood boil. You think you can defy me? His voice slithers through the air, each word dripping with contempt. My hands flex, obsidian scales rippling beneath my skin as rage builds in my chest. Even without my full power, I can feel the ember of my inner fire struggling against his binding magic. The urge to tear him apart, to reduce his precious throne room to ash, burns through my veins. Your magic won't hold me forever. My voice rumbles like distant thunder, echoing off the stone walls. And when it breaks... He leans forward, eyes glinting with malicious amusement. Bold words from a beast in chains. Tell me, dragon, how does it feel to be brought so low? To watch your human pet see you powerless? I take a step forward, ignoring the way the magic tries to force me back. You mistake patience for weakness. The words come out as a growl, deep and threatening. A mistake your ancestors made before you. Marjorie bristles, a silent warning or perhaps support. But I've had enough of this elf's arrogance. Centuries of their tributes, their false reverence, their games. The fire in my chest builds, fighting against the bindings with renewed fury. Your kind always did talk too much, I snarl, baring teeth that remain sharp even in this form. Marjorie's shoulder presses against mine and something different radiates from her. Not just warmth, but an energy that makes my scales tingle beneath my skin, like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. Love. The word surfaces from nowhere, foreign yet familiar. Dragons don't love. We possess, we claim, we protect what's ours. But this is different. This is what I've felt growing between us, what I couldn't name before. I feel the invisible shackles clamped on my magic weaken, the energy diffusing from Marjorie into me, melting the bonds. But I keep my expression neutral, refusing to let the Dark Elf Lord see any change. Let him gloat. Let him think he's won. You're awfully quiet, dragon, the Dark Elf Lord sneers. Has my magic finally tamed you? I bare my teeth in what could pass for a grimace of pain. Just wondering how many of your ancestors I've outlived. Marjorie's eyes are wild with fear, yet she doesn't seem to notice the power she radiates. She glows a faint gold. Of course, only I can see it. She's my mate. The sensation grows stronger, pushing against the dark magic like waves eroding stone. Her love, our love, is more ancient than any binding spell, more powerful than any dark elf magic. Your kind never learns, I say, letting my voice sound strained. Magic can bind flesh and bone, but there are older powers in this world. The fire in my chest builds, fed by something greater than rage or pride. For the first time in centuries, I understand what it means to fight for something more than possession. I look to Marjorie in her fighting leathers, curls of hair escaping from her braid that hangs in her face. The Dark Elf Lord rises from his throne, his silver hair whipping around him as twisted tendrils of dark magic coil from his fingertips. The magic writhes like living shadows, reaching for us with hungry fingers. You dare defy me in my own throne room? His voice drips with contempt. I feel Marjorie's power surge beside me, feeding into my own strength. The binding spell cracks further, then... Color bursts before my vision, and my wings snap free, sweeping out the shadows in the shadowed hall. Your magic is nothing compared to what we share, I growl, sweeping my wings forward. A blast of scorching heat erupts from them, meeting the Dark Elf Lord's tendrils head-on. The elf's green threads of magic dissipates like smoke in a storm, and he stumbles back. Impossible, he whispers, staring at his hands. The binding spell. Was impressive, I interrupt, baring my teeth in what could barely pass as a smile. For amateur work. His face contorts with rage. I crafted that spell myself. It should have... what? I step forward, letting more of my true form emerge. Scales ripple across my skin as my voice deepens to its natural thunder. Bound me? Tame me? Your arrogance blinds you to what stands before you. The dark elf lord blanches, his silver skin turning ashen as he witnesses his magic fail for the first time. The great spellweaver, rendered powerless by something he never considered, the bond between a dragon and his chosen mate. In a second, the dark elf lord regains his composure, winnowing from his throne right before Marjorie, lunging toward her with frightening speed. My heart lurches, but before I can move, she's already pivoting away from his strike. Too slow, she taunts, ducking under another wild swing. The dagger I gave her, forged from my own talon, flashes in the dim light. Pride swells in my chest as I watch her move. She's learned well, transforming from a frightened servant into a warrior worthy of standing at my side. The realization hits me like a physical blow. I need her, not just as a possession or a mate, but as my equal. Your pet has learned some tricks, the dark elf lord spits, his silver hair whipping around him as he spins to face her again. I'm no one's pet, Marjorie snaps, her eyes never leaving her target as she circles him. The determination in her stance, the fire in her eyes. She's magnificent. My claws dig into the stone floor, leaving deep gouges as I gather my strength. The dark elf lord raises his hand, dark magic crackling between his fingers. Enough games! My voice booms through the chamber as I surge forward. The floor cracks beneath my talons and I feel the inferno building in my chest. Marjorie, down! She drops instantly and I unleash hell. The flames pour from my maw in a devastating torrent, smashing through the dark elf's magical barrier. The air shimmers in waves from the heat as my gold magic meets the dark elf lord's green magic. Your magic means nothing, I growl through the flames. Your power is borrowed. Mine is eternal. The dark elf lord's screams echo off the stone walls as my fire consumes his defenses, layer by layer. This is what happens when you threaten what belongs to a dragon, what I love. Then the dark elf lord stills. The air around him thickens, refracting my magic off an invisible barrier. The monster closes his eyes. Realization hits me too late. In a flash, the dark elf lord reels mine and his magic in, only to expel it, spearing right into me. The dark magic slams into my chest like a battering ram, sending me crashing into the stone wall. My vision blurs, spots of darkness dancing at the edges. The impact rattles through my bones and something primal stirs within me. A rage so ancient and terrible it threatens to consume everything. My claws scrape against stone as I push myself up, a growl building in my throat that would make lesser beings flee in terror. The dark elf lord's smug expression only feeds the inferno of my fury. I want to tear him apart, to paint these walls with his blood, to reduce everything to ash until nothing remains but devastation. The dragon in me roars for vengeance, for destruction. My wings unfurl with a snap that cracks the air, and flames lick between my teeth. I'll burn this entire estate to the ground. Zegorah! Marjorie's voice cuts through the red haze of my rage like a blade of ice. I turn toward her, chest heaving with the effort to contain the inferno building inside me. Her eyes meet mine without flinching. Those fierce hazel eyes that have haunted me since the day she dared to seek me out. But there's something else in her gaze besides that familiar defiance. Trust. Pure and unwavering. Even now. Even here. She believes in me, not as a weapon of destruction, but as something more. The realization hits me harder than any spell. This human, my mate, isn't just another treasure to possess. She's become my anchor, the one thing keeping me from losing myself to centuries of draconic fury. My flames flicker, not dying but steadying, controlled. For For the first time in my long life, I understand what it means to fight, not just for possession, but for protection. For love. Marjorie darts forward with lethal grace, her dagger slashing across the dark elf lord's side. Blood sprays, dark against his silver skin. The distraction is all I need. Now you'll learn what it means to challenge a dragon, I snarl, drawing in a deep breath. The fire builds in my chest, different from before. Not just rage and destruction, but purpose. The dark elf lord's eyes widen as he realizes his mistake. I unleash. Fire, as pure and strong as the one that forged Prothika, puts my previous attacks to shame. The flames pour forth in a torrent of gold and crimson, engulfing him completely. The dark elf lord's scream cuts off as the fire consumes him, leaving nothing but ash where he once stood. The effort leaves me drained. I shift back to my humanoid form, my breath coming in heavy pants. The stone floor is scarred and smoking beneath my feet. "Are you hurt?" Marjorie asks, moving to my side. Blood trickles from a cut on her cheek, and her leather armor is singed, but she stands tall. I reach out, touching the cut on her face. Something twists in my chest, not possession or pride, but concern, worry, care. "I'm fine," she says, catching my hand in hers. "We did it." Looking at her now, bloodied but unbroken, I realize that all the treasure in the world stands before me. "You could have died," I say, the words rough in my throat. She meets my gaze steadily. "So could you." The simple statement hits me harder than any spell. I pull her close, breathing in her scent, smoke and leather and something uniquely her. For the first time in centuries, I understand what it means to truly care for another being. "I won't let that happen," I murmur against her hair. "Not to you."
Chapter 20. Marjorie. My feet pound against the stone floor as I race through the crumbling fortress corridors, lungs burning with each breath. The Dark Lord's fortress is in ruins, and a stillness settles over the place. The remaining elves Zegorah had spared have either abandoned the fortress or slinked away into hiding. Zegorah is close on my heels, following me into the darkness beyond. The prison tower is connected to the furthest part of the fortress, on the other side, but the corridors are an endless labyrinth. "Jerome! Manny!" My voice echoes off the walls. My heart threatens to burst from my chest as we descend deeper into the fortress. "Can you smell them?" I ask, my voice cracking. "Are they... they're alive!" Zegorah's words cut through my panic. "I can hear their heartbeats!" A sob of relief catches in my throat. My fingers find the worn bracelet they made me, clutching it like a lifeline. We stumble out into a long-reaching corridor, and at the end, behind heavy iron doors as large as Zegorah's dragon form, is the prison entrance. We sprint to the end, and I slam into the door, shoulder first, rattling the hinges. "Jerome! Manny! Marjorie!" A small voice calls back. "Manny." "Stand back," I warn, but Zegorah's already moving. His hand splays across the door, and with a surge of magic, the metal groans and buckles inward. The darkness beyond doesn't matter. I plunge forward, following their voices. The dank air hits my lungs as I burst through the doorway. Torchlight flickers across stone walls, casting long shadows that dance and twist. My eyes scan the darkness, adjusting to the gloom, and there, huddled in the far corner, I spot them. "Jerome! Manny!" My voice cracks. Relief sluices through me, tears already streaming down my face. "Margie!" Their voices ring out in unison as they scramble to their feet. My brothers rush toward me, their small bodies colliding with mine as I drop to my knees, wrapping my arms around them both. "You came for us," Manny sobs into my shoulder, his thin frame shaking. "You really came." "Of course I did." I pull back just enough to check them for injuries, my hands trembling as they brush over scrapes and bruises. I'll always come for you. Jerome's fingers clutch at my tunic. We thought they were going to... Shh. I press my lips to his forehead, breathing in his familiar scent beneath the dungeon's mustiness. You're safe now, both of you. They're alive. They're safe. We're together again. Movement catches my eye from the depths of the prison. Small figures emerge from the shadows, their feet shuffling against the stone floor. My heart leaps as I recognize faces from the village, the ones Sarah said were missing all those weeks ago in the field. Faces I'd feared I'd never see again. Tommy? Is that really you? Tommy, my brother's best friend, nods weakly. His usually bright eyes are dulled by exhaustion, but alive. Thank the gods, they're alive. We tried to stay together, Sarah whispers, her thin arms wrapped around herself. Like you always told us to do in the market. More children creep forward, the baker's twins, the blacksmith's youngest, faces I've watched grow up in Lowtown's dusty streets. My arms ache to hold them all, to shield them from everything they've endured. Margie? Manny tugs at my sleeve. Can we take them home too? Of course we can. I reach out, and the children surge forward like a wave, pressing close. Their small hands clutch at my clothes, seeking comfort. Some are crying silently, others trembling. We're all going home together. I count heads quickly, 12 in total, including my brothers. All the missing children accounted for. The relief is so intense it makes me dizzy. You're safe now, I tell them, my voice firm despite the tears threatening to fall. I promise you're safe. The torchlight flickers across Zegorah's features as he steps into the prison chamber. His presence fills the space, and I feel the children pressing closer to me, their small bodies trembling. The battle's aftermath still clings to him, specks of blood on his elegant robes, his obsidian scales gleaming with an otherworldly sheen. It's okay, I whisper to the children. He's with me. I stand, my legs shaky from kneeling so long, and meet his golden gaze across the room. Something shifts in his expression when our eyes lock, a softening around the edges. My heart feels at home. The dark elves won't trouble you anymore, he says, his deep voice gentler than usual. I cross the damp stone floor to him, my hand finding his. His skin burns hot against mine, grounding me in this moment. The warmth spreads up my arm, chasing away the dungeon's chill. We did it, I breathe, squeezing his hand. Together. His fingers intertwine with mine, and I marvel at how natural it feels now. This isn't the same dragon who demanded my submission in exchange for help. He fought beside me as an equal, trusted my judgment, protected not just me but everything I care about. The children need medical attention, he says, his thumb brushing across my knuckles. I know some healing herbs that will help. I lean into him slightly, drawing strength from his solid presence. Thank you. For everything. His other hand comes up to brush a strand of hair from my face, the gesture surprisingly tender. You're not what I expected, Marjorie. Neither are you. The night air whips against my face as we lead the children through the ruined courtyard. Manny clings to my right hand while Jerome holds tight to my left, their small fingers trembling but strong. Behind us, the other children follow in a tight group, their footsteps quick and light against the stone. Watch your step here, I warn, as we navigate around fallen debris. The fortress walls loom above us, still smoking from Zegorah's flames. A small whimper catches my attention. Tommy stumbles, his exhausted legs giving out. Before I can move, Zegorah is there, scooping the boy up with surprising gentleness. Rest, he tells Tommy. You're safe now. Tommy is already unconscious in Zegorah's arms, and my chest tightens at the sight. He is no longer the dragon who once demanded my submission, who viewed humans as beneath him. Strength has taken a new form in him, kindness. The herbs we need grow near the western ridge, he says to me, his golden eyes soft in the moonlight. We can gather them on the way back. I nod, unable to hide my smile. Thank you. He tilts his head, that familiar gesture that once seemed predatory, but now speaks of curiosity and affection. For what? For being more than I expected. A low rumble escapes his throat, not quite a growl, but something warmer. As are you, little human. The endearment, once a reminder of our differences, now feels like a caress. I reach for his free hand, our fingers intertwining naturally. His skin burns hot against mine, a constant reminder of his true nature. But I'm no longer afraid of the fire within him. After trekking through the forest, we finally reach the edge of Lowtown, flickering lights through the thin mist coming into view. Slowly, through the parting haze, dozens of people gather there, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The children! They've found the children! The crowd surges forward, and I squeeze my brother's hands tighter. Beside me, Zegorah shifts Tommy in his arms, the boy still sleeping soundly. Mama! The Baker's twins break into a run, and their mother drops to her knees, sobbing as she catches them. Tommy! Oh gods, Tommy! His father pushes through the crowd, reaching for his son. Zegorah gently transfers the sleeping child to his father's arms. More parents rush forward, and the air fills with cries of joy and relief. I release my brother's hands as Mrs. Carter approaches, tears streaming down her weathered face. You brought them back, she whispers, pulling me into a fierce hug. You actually brought them back. I return her embrace, my own eyes growing wet. They're safe now. We're all safe. The crowd mills around us, too focused on their reunited children to question the tall, elegant stranger in their midst. Zegorah stands slightly apart, his golden eyes watching the scene with quiet curiosity. I doubt this was how he interacted with his dragon clan back home on Fower Island. His eyes whir across each human face, people he'd never before seen up close. I can't help but chuckle to myself. First time for everything. Old man Tom emerges from the crowd, the deep folds of his forehead creased. The dark elves, old Tom asks, voice trembling. Gone, I say firmly. They won't hurt us anymore. Old Tom bows to his knee, weeping. Thank you, Marjorie. A murmur runs through the crowd, and everyone follows suit. In a wave, women, children, families, all bend the knee. I see it in their faces, that first flicker of hope. It's been so long since I've seen that expression in Lowtown. Zegorah comes to my side, hands interlocking in mine. I feel the weight of his presence, the silent promise of protection in his grip. Tears spill down my cheek, and I look to the sky, where I know Mooma watches. Manny and Jerome press their small bodies into the curve of my hip, Zegorah at my other side. I have found more than just a protector in the glorious man beside me. I have found a partner, my mate, the other part of my soul. And together we have restored peace to my people, my own.
Chapter 21, Zegorah. I stand in my humanoid form at the summit of the hill, watching the sun paint the sky in hues of amber and gold. Below, the humans of Lowtown scurry about like ants, their determination evident in every movement. Marjorie moves among them, her voice carrying clear and strong across the morning air. We'll need those support beams over here. The foundation has to be solid before we rebuild the walls. My lips curl into a slight smile. She hates attention, and yet she leads with all the dignity of a queen. The western quarter needs those stones more, she says, her voice firm but kind. Your family can use the timber from the fallen guardhouse instead. The villagers nod, accepting her judgment without question. No threats, no violence, just simple logic and compassion. It's different from what I'm used to. We'll need more hands here, she calls out to another group. The foundation won't set properly if we rush it. I flex my claws, fighting the urge to simply solve their problems with my strength. But that's not what she wants. Not what they need. A child, one of the many we rescued, runs past me, carrying water to the workers. She doesn't cower or flee. Instead, she offers me a quick smile before continuing her task. These humans, they're nothing like the dark elves with their scheming and cruelty. Nothing like dragons with our pride and possessiveness. They work together, support each other, rebuild together. The dark elves never understood this, I mutter to myself. All their power, their magic, and they never grasped the simple strength of cooperation. I watch as Marjorie kneels beside an elderly woman, listening intently to her concerns. Such patience, such genuine care. When did I start finding these traits admirable rather than weak? Perhaps we dragons, in all our ancient wisdom, have been blind to the true nature of power. These humans of Lowtown, they've survived centuries of oppression not through force or magic, but through unity and resilience. The memories of Four Island flood back, not the isolation I've wrapped myself in for centuries, but the community we dragons once shared. The way we worked together, protected each other under the glamour. My chest aches knowing that's gone forever. But the woman before me, my mate, was worth more than the memories of my home. I would comb through universes just to find her, knowing that home, true home, will always be with her. The support beam needs to be higher, Marjorie calls out, her voice carrying across the construction site. We don't want another collapse like yesterday. My chest tightens with an unfamiliar warmth. When did I start caring about these mortals and their fragile structures? When did their struggles become mine? For centuries I'd sneered at their supposed weakness, their fragility. What a fool I'd been. They're rebuilding the granary first, Marjorie explains, though I haven't asked. Making sure everyone has food before winter. My lip curls. Not hoarding it away, not fighting over the last scraps. She gives me an odd look. Of course not. That's not how we survive. The words hit harder than they should. How many years had I spent despising these people, viewing them as extensions of the dark elves' greed? I'd seen their bowed heads, their careful steps around their masters, and assumed they shared the same corrupt soul. I was wrong about your kind, I admit, the words scraping my throat like broken glass. The dark elves poisoned my view. I saw their darkness in you when really, we were just trying to survive. Marjorie's voice is gentle, but there's steel beneath it. You never bothered to look closer, did you? I shake my head. The truth burns. I saw what I expected to see. What was easier to see? Below us, a group of children share a meager lunch, breaking their bread into careful portions. No fighting, no grabbing, just quiet cooperation that speaks of long practice. Your people never harmed me, I continue. Never tried to control me like the dark elves did, yet I hated you all the same. Pride blinds even dragons, it seems. Marjorie's hand finds mine, her touch grounding. The past is the past. What matters is that you see us now. We watch the people work for a while longer, then finally Marjorie speaks. You're brooding again, Marjorie says, suddenly beside me. Her hazel eyes catch the morning light, reminding me of the gems in my hoard, but somehow more valuable. Dragons don't brood, I growl, though there's no real heat in it. We contemplate. She laughs, the sound piercing through centuries of carefully constructed walls. Call it what you want, but you've got that look. What look? The one where you're trying to figure out how you ended up here, helping humans rebuild their homes instead of lounging on your treasure pile. Damn her perceptiveness. This is what I left Fuer Island for, not just to be valued, but to find connection. I'd forgotten that in my centuries of isolation. Let the memory fade like old parchment. But now, watching these humans work together, seeing their strength and unity, it awakens something ancient in my blood. Perhaps, I admit, this is not entirely unpleasant. Marjorie's smile is knowing, almost smug. Coming from you, that's practically a declaration of love. I bare my teeth in what might be a smile. Don't push your luck, human. I watch Marjorie brush a strand of dark hair from her face, her skin glistening from sweat. They need us, she says softly, her gaze sweeping across the bustling village. The words hit me like a physical force. Us. Not me, not her, but us. We can build something new here. I nod, though my thoughts drift to Fuer Island, to the community I left behind centuries ago. Back then, we dragons lived together, protected each other. The memories flood back. The way we shared hunting grounds, the celebrations under the glamour, the sense of belonging I'd forgotten I missed. The memories surface unbidden, the shimmering glamour that once protected us. The way sunlight played off hundreds of dragon scales as we soared together through crystal skies. The great feasts where we shared our kills, the way the younger ones would practice their fire breathing while the elders watched with pride. The protective magic is gone now, torn away like flesh from bone. Even if I wanted to return, there'd be nothing left but empty caves and bitter memories. My claws dig into my palm. Fuer Island was more than just a home. It was community, belonging, purpose. When the glamour fell, we scattered like leaves in a storm. Some fled north to the frozen wastes, others south to the burning deserts. I chose isolation, convinced I needed nothing but my horde. But watching these humans rebuild their homes, seeing them work together, snuffs out all my former prejudice. They share food just as we dragons once shared our kills. They protect their young as fiercely as any dragon mother. Their determination burns as hot as dragon fire. We're stronger together, Marjorie often says. She's right, though I'd never admit it aloud. These humans have taught me what I forgot in my centuries of solitude. The true power lies not in hoarding treasure alone in a cave, but in building something worth protecting. I flex my wings, feeling the morning breeze. Fuer Island is lost to me, but perhaps that's not the tragedy I once thought it was. Here in Lowtown, among these determined humans and their stubborn leader, I found something I didn't know I was missing. A new kind of belonging. The realization knocks into me. You are the key, I say, my voice low as I turn to Marjorie. Her hazel eyes meet mine, confusion flickering across her features. To my future. She tilts her head, waiting for me to continue. The words feel strange on my tongue. Centuries of dragon pride battling against this new understanding. All this time I thought power was found in a hierarchy. A gesture to the bustling scene before us, where children run messages between workers and elderly villagers offer advice to young builders. But I was wrong. The admission burns like swallowing fire, but it feels right. This, a community where everyone is treated as equals, is true power. Everyone has free will and freedom. Marjorie's eyes widen at my words. She steps closer, her calloused hand reaching up to touch my face. The simple gesture sends warmth coursing through my body. "And you are my fate, Zegorah," she whispers, and then her lips are on mine. The kiss floods my body with happiness, a sensation so foreign yet so welcome that it nearly overwhelms me. For the first time in centuries, I feel complete.
From the depths of the darkness of Prathika,
Or clawing up from the realms of fantasy.
come the most fearsome beasts you have ever seen.
These monsters are done watching from the shadows.
Now, as they step into the light, something unexpected grips them.
Something even they can't fight off.
Love.
Vampires.
Demons.
Dark elves.
Gods.
Minotaurs. Creatures of light and dark.
They will protect their mates.
Do whatever needs to be done.
Morally grey heroes who will burn the world to protect the women who love them.
10 audiobooks.
Fall into over 60 hours of fantasy romance.
20 ebooks.
Over 1 million words of these brutes who will protect their women.
Even if they might destroy themselves in the process.
Get the immersive Prothika Fantasy Romance Bundle.
For 80% off, right now, dive into Prothika at a once-in-a-lifetime discount.
The first bundle to offer both ebooks and audiobooks on worldsofprothika.com. Prothika's magic is eternal, and this romantasy bundle will make it endless. Chapter 22. Marjorie. The evening holds on to a coolness that vanishes at the entrance to Zegorah's lair. The soft glow of the fire in the middle of the cave emanates a warmth, chasing away the shadows creeping in from the setting sun. I watch the remains of the dark elf estate, the walls crumbling in multiple places, the darkened turrets. A husk of what it used to be. The few remaining elves haven't bothered to clean up the destruction. I doubt they ever will. With no leader, there was no order, and no more living in fear under their rule. Yesterday, after we'd finished the day's work of rebuilding the town, Zegorah had flown to the fortress to negotiate a peace treaty with the surviving dark elves. Should they touch our human population again, he would incinerate every last one of them. Otherwise, they were free to roam within the confines of their fortress and never beyond their walls. From the other side of the entrance, cloaked in the shadows, Zegorah watches me in his humanoid form. His amber eyes flicker in the firelight. He pushes off from the wall, coming to my side. Before, all those weeks ago when we first met, his presence was commanding, dripping in that primal quietness. Now the man at my side still has that sense of command, but with it, a gentleness that makes me feel like I'm home. "There is one last step," he says, his voice low and reverberating with ancient power. "For you to become my mate officially." I turn to face him, every bit of me waiting for his next words to fill the silence between us. "The mating ritual, it will bind us, forever." Zegorah stares at me deeply, and I see that power within him flickering like witchlight. My heart thrums in my chest, but I feel no fear. I nod, stepping closer to him. I'm ready. Zegorah's eyes search mine, as if seeking confirmation this is truly what I want. When he speaks again, his voice is softer. "You do this out of choice, not necessity." I smile, as if I hadn't been waiting for this moment for a lifetime. A space in my heart that only belonged to a mate. My mate, Zegorah. I reach up to touch his face. "I choose you, Zegorah." I whisper into his ear, voice steady. Not because I have to, but because I want to. Zegorah's eyes flash with a wonderment I'd never before seen. He sweeps me into his arms, spinning me beneath the star-flecked sky as he roars with joy, a sound that carries into worlds beyond ours. I tilt my head back and laugh, a sound of pure, undiluted joy. Zegorah settles me back down, arms sliding to my waist, and kisses me hard. His lips crash into mine, but I meet him with equal force. When he pulls away, he whispers into my ear, "Follow me." Midnight creeps into the darkening sky overhead. We pass over ancient trees, their branches reaching up like gnarled fingers into the twilight. Stars are starting to emerge, and the faintest whiff of pine hangs in the air. Questions about the ritual flutter through my mind, and I know Zegorah can sense them through his magic. My scent no doubt betrays me, but I cannot muster Zegorah's ease, his reservedness. My mind wanders to the ritual ahead. What does a dragon's mating ceremony entail? The thought should terrify me, does terrify me to a lesser extent, but instead my heart races with anticipation. Are you nervous? Zegorah's voice rumbles beneath me, vibrating through his scales. I lean forward, pressing my cheek against his warm neck. Number just... wondering what happens next. Having second thoughts. There's an edge to his voice that makes me sit up straighter. Never. I run my hand along his scales. I just don't know where we stand anymore. The bargain's fulfilled. You saved my siblings, helped free our people. Zegorah banks sharply, circling lower. You think that's all this is? A fulfilled bargain? Isn't it? I fear that I've said the wrong thing. But before I can say anything further, Zegorah dives towards a clearing, ceasing my breath. The grass sways beneath us as he lands, and there's an unnatural quiet stretching through the open field. As I slide from his back, he shifts into his humanoid form, his amber eyes blazing. Look at me, he commands, catching my chin with his fingers. Do you truly believe I would perform the mating ritual out of obligation? I bite my lip, meeting his intense gaze. I don't know what to believe anymore. Everything's changed so fast. Everything except this. He pulls me closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. You're mine, Marjorie. Not because of any bargain, but because I choose you. Because I... He breaks off, struggling with words that don't come easily to a dragon. His fingers trace my jawline, sending shivers down my spine. A dragon's mating bond is sacred, he says, his voice deep and reverent. Once forged, it cannot be broken. Not by time, not by distance, not even by death itself. The weight of his words settles over me like a physical blow. My fingers twist the bracelet my siblings made, but I don't look away from his gaze. When I first saw you, I thought to add you to my hoard, another treasure to possess. His thumb brushes over my scar. But you became more. You challenged me, fought beside me, showed me what it means to truly value something beyond mere possession. Zegorah, I start, but he presses a finger to my lips. Let me finish. His voice drops lower, almost vulnerable. I love you, Marjorie, not because of any bargain or deal. I love your strength, your determination, your fierce heart, the way you fight for what matters, the way you see me, not as a monster or a tool, but as an equal. My heart pounds against my ribs. All this time, I'd wondered if this was just about power or possession. But the raw emotion in his voice, the way his hands tremble slightly against my skin, this is real. This is everything. I love you too, I whisper, and the words feel like coming home. Zegorah's lips brush against my forehead, sending a shiver down my spine. His touch lingers for a moment before he pulls back, his amber eyes lifting to the sky. Through the parting clouds, the full moon bathes the clearing in silvery light. It's time, he says, his voice carrying that ancient power that still makes my heart skip. The transformation is magnificent, his humanoid form elongating, scales rippling across his skin as wings unfurl like dark sails against the night sky. In seconds, the dragon I first met towers above me, his obsidian scales catching moonlight. I stand in the centre of the clearing as he circles me, his massive form casting shifting shadows. The grass beneath my feet seems to pulse with an otherworldly energy. My heart beats steady and strong, no fear, no hesitation, just certainty. The ancient magic will bind us, his voice rumbles, deeper now in his dragon form. Are you ready? Yes. The word comes easily, naturally. I spread my arms wide, accepting whatever comes next. He continues his circular path, each step deliberate. The air grows thick with magic, making my skin tingle. My bracelet, the one my siblings made, grows warm against my wrist. You feel it? Zegorah asks, his golden eyes fixed on me. The magic rising. I nod, unable to look away from him. A low rumble of approval echoes from his chest. That's the bond forming. Open yourself to it. Feel everything that passes through you. An eye opens within me, somewhere buried deep, and I feel every pulse, every vibration of Protheka thrum through my veins. My chin tips to face the stars above as the fire swirls, laced with whirls of Zegorah's golden magic. The flames rise around me in spiralling patterns, like ribbons of liquid gold. They dance and weave, creating intricate symbols I've never seen before. My skin tingles where the fire touches it, but there's no pain, only a gentle warmth that reminds me of Zegorah's touch. The ancient magic recognizes you, Zegorah rumbles above me. His massive form circles closer, and the flames respond to his presence, burning brighter. I spread my arms wider, letting the fire embrace me. It feels alive. It is. This magic has bound dragon mates since the beginning of time. His tail sweeps around me, creating a perfect circle of flames. Let it flow through you. The heat intensifies, but remains comfortable, like sitting too close to a hearth on a cold night. My bracelet grows warmer against my skin, and I feel something stirring deep within me, a connection that wasn't there before. I can feel you, I whisper, amazed. Not just here, but... I touch my chest, where a new warmth blooms. The bond forms. Zegorah's voice carries a note of satisfaction. Your heart now beats in time with mine. The flames spiral higher, their golden light reflecting off his obsidian scales. Each pattern they weave seems to sink into my skin, marking me as his in ways that go beyond the physical. I close my eyes, surrendering to the sensation. The magic pulses through me like a second heartbeat, strong and steady. When I open them again, the world looks different, sharper, clearer. The transformation begins, he says, his golden eyes fixed on mine. Like a hand searching for another through the dark, the magic reaches me. It funnels deep into my core and into my heart. My skin sizzles from heat, but it's not painful. It's warm, like Zegorah's touch. He moves away from the circle, but I sense him watching the magic as it pours through my mouth, through my ears, lifting me off the ground. I let it all in, the magic that binds me to my mate. Then the fire ceases as the bond snaps into place. I feel the weight of my body again as my feet find the ground. Standing directly before me is Zegorah, now in his humanoid form. Lining the amber of his eyes is something deeper than the possession I'd seen in them before. The magic fades from my skin, leaving behind a warmth that pulses in time with my heartbeat. Zegorah steps toward me, now in his humanoid form, moving with that predatory grace I've come to know so well. But there's something different in his amber eyes now, something that makes my breath catch. I can feel you, I whisper, touching my chest where the bond thrums strongest. Here. His fingers brush my cheek, trailing down to the scar I've carried since childhood. As I feel you. The possessiveness that once dominated his touch has transformed into something gentler, more profound. My mate. The word carries weight now, different from when he first claimed me as his possession. My fingers find his wrist, feeling his pulse match mine. This is real, isn't it? Not just magic and bargains. Look at me, he says, tilting my chin up. The moonlight catches the obsidian scales peeking through his skin, but it's the emotion in his eyes that holds me captive. Love, raw and unguarded, shines there, something I never thought I'd see from a creature as ancient and powerful as him. I see you, I breathe, understanding flowing through our newly forged bond. This isn't about power anymore. This is about belonging, to each other, with each other. His thumb traces my bottom lip. You've changed everything, Marjorie. Everything. I step into Zegorah's arms, and the bond between us pulses with newfound strength. His skin radiates warmth against mine, and through our connection, I feel his contentment mirror my own. I never thought I'd find this, I whisper, pressing my palm against his chest. When I first came to you, I was just trying to survive. His fingers trace the scar on my cheek. And now I'm choosing to live. I lean into his touch, savouring the gentle brush of his scales against my skin. With you. Through our bond, I feel his satisfaction rumble like distant thunder. His arms tighten around me, protective yet gentle. My little warrior, he murmurs, pressing his forehead to mine. You've given me something I never knew I needed. What's that? A reason to fight. His amber eyes search mine. A partner. The word settles in my chest like a warm ember. Partner, not possession, not prize, but equal. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing my lips to his. Our bond hums with shared emotion, trust, affection, love. We're going to change everything, I say against his lips. Together. His answering smile holds all the fierce pride of a dragon. Together, he agrees, and I feel the truth of it in my bones. For a moment we remain standing watching each other. I feel a new sense of power calcifying my bones, as though I've inherited parts of his magic. I realise I've filled out my gangly form. Where there was once vein and loose skin is slender muscle that seems to glow like fire. Zegorah, my mate, holds me in his arms as the moonlight casts our shadows that mingle together across the field. Chapter 23. Marjorie. The moon bathes us in its silver glow, casting an ethereal light over Zegorah's scales, making them shimmer like a constellation come to life. I trace my fingers over the contours of his chest, feeling the gentle rise and fall as he breathes, the rhythm matching my own. His eyes, dark as the night sky, hold a depth of emotion that I never thought possible from a creature as formidable as he. Marjorie, he murmurs, my name rolling off his tongue with an unfamiliar tenderness. His clawed hand cups my cheek, the touch surprisingly gentle for such a powerful being. This bond we've forged, it transcends anything I've known in my long existence. I smile, feeling the truth of his words resonate within our newly formed bond. It's more than just a mating of dragons, I say, my voice a whisper against the stillness of the night. It's a union of hearts, of shared dreams and hopes. His thumb brushes my lower lip, a soft growl of approval rumbling deep within his chest. You've changed me, little warrior. You've shown me that there's more to life than solitude and treasure. I rise on my tiptoes, pressing my lips to his in a lingering kiss. Our connection flares with warmth, a symphony of shared emotions and desires. We undress each other slowly, savouring every reveal of skin, every discovery of a new patch of scales or a forgotten scar. His body is a map of his history, and I long to explore every inch of it.
Sorry for the interruption. I know you were gearing up for a steamy scene, but it's way too hot for YouTube.
If we want to keep sharing our stories for free, we have to abide by YouTube's guidelines.
To get the full, unabridged audiobook, go to worldsofprotheka.com.
Browse through unabridged audiobooks, countless ebooks and bundles offered at a discount.
If the thought of me whispering all the dirty details into your ear isn't enticing enough, use discount code YouTube30 to get 30% off of all digital products.
Story after story, audiobook after audiobook, the worlds of Protheka are waiting for you.
Protheka's magic is eternal.
But unabridged, it's unforgettable.
Chapter 24. Zegorah. The newly consecrated village of Lowtown sprawls in a semicircular pattern leading away from the forest. I soar over the town, the wind rushing past my scales as I survey the 2 weeks of labor that went into forging this new place. My wings catch an updraft, carrying me higher over the bustling streets. The scent of fresh timber and mortar fills my nostrils, evidence of the rebuilding efforts below. Yesterday's revelation still burns bright in my memory. The way Marjorie stood beside me, her head held high as we faced our people. The gasps of recognition when I shifted forms, showing them who their new protector truly was. The legendary Zegorah, they'd whispered, dropping to their knees one by one. The fear in their eyes quickly gave way to something I hadn't expected. Hope. A flash of movement catches my eye. Marjorie stands in the town square, directing workers as they raise a new marketplace stall. Even from this height, I can see the quiet confidence in her stance. She's grown into her role as their leader, as my mate. I circle once more, letting my shadow fall across the square. The humans pause in their work, faces turned skyward in awe. Their reverence feeds something primal in me, something that purrs with satisfaction. This is what I've wanted all along. Not just power, but purpose. Banking sharply, I descend toward the square to my heavily pregnant mate. I land gracefully in the square, my wings creating a gentle breeze that stirs the dust around me. My gaze fixes on Marjorie's swollen belly, and something inside me shifts, a feeling both foreign and powerful. "The marketplace needs higher beams," she says, not turning around. She senses my presence without looking, our mating bond within her like a second heartbeat. I shift into my humanoid form, moving to stand beside her. "You should be resting." I'm pregnant, not invalid. Marjorie surveys the villagers, helping construct the new marketplace stalls, one hand placed on her rounded stomach. "Besides, your child is restless today. Standing helps." My child. The words echo in my mind, something I'll never fully become accustomed to. Never knew existed in my centuries of life. I place my hand over hers, feeling the slight movement beneath. "Our child," I correct her, my voice low. The workers around us pause, stealing glances at this display of affection from their dragon lord. Let them look. Let them see how much their leader means to me. "Are you worried?" Marjorie asks, sensing the shift in the bond. Admittedly, I had no idea how to raise a child. Out of all the centuries of being a dragon lord, this is a role I could never have prepared for. Not even defeating the Dark Elf Lord could compare to the endeavor before me now. Marjorie's stormy green eyes meet mine. "Dragons aren't meant to be fathers," I admit, the words tasting strange on my tongue. "We're solitary creatures. This is uncharted territory." Marjorie tips her head back and laughs, a sound Tabat could thaw frost. "Zegorah, our child better not become as solemn as you are." She wraps both her arms around my waist, her round stomach pressing into mine. "Besides, when has uncharted territory ever stopped you before?" I growl softly, pulling her closer. "You make an annoyingly good point." The baby kicks, as if agreeing with its mother. My chest tightens with an emotion I'm still learning to name. Pride? Fear? Love? Perhaps all three. I can feel the eyes of many villagers now watching. So I do what feels natural. I kiss Marjorie beneath the sun that casts far-reaching rays of sun across our new home. My heart swells with a feeling I never thought possible. Belonging. And not just from a place, but a family, a people. This place, this life, it's more than I ever imagined. As dusk began to settle, Marjorie and I say our goodbyes to the villagers for the day, but not before Sarah found Marjorie and gave her a rundown on all the parenting advice she knows. Eventually, Marjorie had to pry herself away from her friend, giving Sarah the honor of knitting her child their first outfit. Thunder couldn't have made a louder sound than when Sarah shrieked with delight. She kissed Marjorie goodbye before hastily exiting to begin her new project. Marjorie had thrown me a look that said, "Be thankful you're not pregnant." I roared with laughter, then shifted into my dragon form, taking to the sky with her on my back. We now glide over Lowtown, my wings catching the last warm currents of the day. Below, the villagers scatter rainbow-hued paint across fresh wooden storefronts. The scent of sawdust and fresh paint mingles with the crisp mountain air. Marjorie shifts on my back, her hand pressed against her swollen belly. Even through my scales, I feel the warmth of her touch. The bond between us pulses stronger with each passing day. "The market looks beautiful," she says, leaning forward to get a better view. "Jerome's really outdone himself with those designs." I bank left, circling the newly built square one last time. The intricate patterns her brother painted remind me of the ancient dragon runes from my homeland. I muse to myself. Maybe humans really aren't all that different from dragons. I would never have thought, all those centuries ago before I left Four Island, that I'd be willfully living with humans, let alone mated to one. Fate had a fickle way of playing out. My talons scrape against familiar stone as I land on the cliff's edge. Marjorie slides from my back with practiced ease, despite her condition. The setting sun bathes her in golden light, highlighting the gentle curves of her pregnancy. She walks to the edge, close enough to see but far enough to be safe. Her hand rests on her stomach, and a soft smile plays across her lips as she surveys our domain. "We did this," she says, her voice filled with quiet pride. I shift into my humanoid form and move behind her, wrapping my arms around her waist. Below us, the town glows with fresh paint and new beginnings. I pull Marjorie closer, my hands resting protectively over her swollen belly. The blonde streaks in her hair glint in the sun, and her skin glows in shades of gold, making her look almost ethereal. For centuries I hoarded treasure, believing wealth was all I needed. How wrong I was. "What are you thinking about?" Marjorie tips her head back against my chest, her fingers intertwining with mine. How different my life has become. I nuzzle her neck, breathing in her scent. A few months ago, I would have incinerated anyone who suggested I'd be eagerly awaiting a half-human child. She laughs, the sound warming me more than any flame could. "And now? Now I can't imagine anything else." Our child kicks against my palm as if in agreement. "Though I still might incinerate anyone who threatens either of you. There's the dragon I know and love." Marjorie turns in my arms, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Always ready to burn first, ask questions later. "It's served me well so far." Marjorie traces lazy circles around the scales that peek through my skin in. "Will our child be able to shift forms like you?" It's a question I've had myself ever since we found out Marjorie was pregnant. We'd spoken briefly about what could happen, but I've never heard of a dragon mating with a human. Such things weren't discussed on Four Island, where maintaining pure bloodlines was paramount. "I don't know." I rest my chin on her head, breathing in her scent. Pine and spice. "This hasn't happened before, at least not in any records I know of." She shifts in my arms, turning to face me. "You sound worried." "Not worried." I brush a strand of hair from her face. "Curious. Dragon blood is powerful, ancient magic. Human blood carries its own strength. Together, I shake my head. It's uncharted territory. And if the baby is fully human?" The question hangs in the air between us. I cup her face in my hands, meeting her gaze. "Then they will be perfect, because they're ours." Her eyes shine with unshed tears. "Besides," I add with a smirk, "they're already stubborn as hell. Just like their mother." "Hey!" She smacks my chest playfully. I prefer the term determined. I pull her closer, my hands splaying across her rounded belly. Whatever comes, this child is a treasure beyond any I've ever possessed. "Remember when you first came here?" I pull her closer. "You were ready to fight a dragon with nothing but a rusty knife." Marjorie laughs, her hand resting on her swollen belly. and you were ready to incinerate me on the spot. I considered it. My fingers traced the curve of her neck. But something about your defiance intrigued me. Just my defiance? She raises an eyebrow, a smirk playing at her lips. Well, that and your complete lack of self-preservation. I press a kiss to her temple. Still drives me crazy. The setting sun paints the valley in shades of gold and crimson, reminding me of Fuer Island's eternal twilight. But this place, this moment, holds something my homeland never could. Here, watching over our domain with my mate at my side, I feel the last weights of my past finally lift. After a long stretch of silence, Marjorie intertwines her fingers in mine, her back pressed into my chest. "What are you thinking about?" she whispers. "Home," I respond. "This home. Our home." She smiles, understanding flooding our bond. Not bad for an outcast dragon and a former servant, huh? Not bad at all. I pull her closer and look to the sky above. I send a silent prayer to the gods above for bringing this woman into my life, for giving me a second chance of belonging. The wind shifts, carrying the sounds of life from the town below. I can hear Jerome and Manny chasing each other with buckets of paint, laughing and shrilling like two birds in flight. I say nothing to Marjorie, who can't hear to the same extent. The mess her brothers have no doubt made is tomorrow's problem, and I can't wait. I gaze out into the forest that disappears in the horizon beyond the village. Here, in the Lowtowns of Prothika, beside the woman who defeated the Dark Elves, rerouted the course of history for humans, and who carries the firstborn dragon human child, here is where I belong. Chapter 25. Zegorah. Neither of us say anything as we pull each other's clothes off, eyes tracing over our bodies glowing in the moonlight. The cool night air rattles the leaves, and I lower Marjorie to the ground, her hair spilling down and around her shoulders. So beautiful, I think aloud. She smiles into my mouth, meeting her lips with mine. She is a vision, a treasure more precious than any gold or jewel I've hoarded over the centuries. I trace the curve of her hip, my touch feather-light, as if she might shatter under the weight of my desire. "You are exquisite," I murmur, my voice a low rumble that stirs the air between us. She turns to me, her eyes dark pools of want. "And you are insatiable," she teases, her fingers skimming over the scales that pepper my chest. I chuckle. "With you, always." Our lips meet in a dance as old as time, yet every kiss feels like a discovery, a new secret unveiled. My hands roam her body with reverence, each caress a silent vow to cherish, to protect. "Zegorah," she breathes, her voice a hymn to the night. "Make love to me." As much as Samara and I want to finish what these two characters have started, it looks like this chapter is about to get too hot for YouTube to handle.
Unfortunately, we have to pause here because their guidelines won't allow us to reveal the spiciest details.
To keep bringing you these free audiobooks, we have to follow their rules.
But don't worry. You can experience the full, unabridged version over at worldsofprothika.com, where the boundaries of passion and fantasy collide.
Use code YouTube30 for 30% off any of our unabridged audiobooks set in the rich and immersive worlds of Prothika.
Prothika's magic is eternal.
With these scenes, it will be unforgettable. Afterwards, as we lie entangled in the afterglow, I press a kiss to her temple, her cheek, the swell of her belly. "You and our child are my greatest treasures," I say, my voice thick with emotion. "I will guard you with every scale on my body, with every beat of my heart." Marjorie turns to me, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I know you will." Her hand covers mine, our fingers intertwining over the life we've created. "But remember, you're not just our protector, Zegorah. You're our partner, our equal." I nod, understanding the weight of her words. In this union, there is no conqueror and no conquered, only two souls, bound by love, forging a new future together. I am not the dragon I once was, I acknowledge, my voice a murmur in the stillness. You have remade me, Marjorie. You have given me a life I never dared to dream of. She smiles, the expression soft and content. And you, my dragon, have given me the world. I trace my fingers along Marjorie's bare shoulder, my dragon senses tingling with ancient magic. The future unfolds before me like a tapestry of possibilities, each thread glowing with certainty. I can see it, I murmur against her skin. Our son will have your spirit and my power. Marjorie shifts to face me, her eyes bright with curiosity. Tell me what you see. You'll become more than just a leader. The people of Lowtown already look to you for guidance, but soon they'll see you as their noble protector. Your compassion mixed with my strength will forge a new era. She places her hand over mine. And our child, a son. The vision burns bright in my mind. He'll inherit my dragon blood and your unwavering determination, the perfect blend of human and dragon. I pause, seeing further. He'll become legendary among the people, a guardian who understands both worlds. What about the dark elves? A low growl rumbles in my chest. Their time here is ending. I see their numbers dwindling, their power fading until they're nothing but a distant memory. They'll never threaten our people again. Our people, she repeats softly. Yes. I pull her closer, feeling the bond between us pulse with ancient magic. What we share isn't just physical. Our souls are intertwined now, bound by something deeper than magic or duty. Nothing will ever break that connection. You sound so certain. Dragons don't just see the future. We sense it in our bones, and everything in me says this is our destiny. I carry Marjorie back to our lair, her body cradled against my chest as we soar through the night sky. The moonlight catches on her skin, making her glow like the finest pearl in my collection. Her breathing is steady, peaceful, a stark contrast to the tumultuous events of the day. Landing softly at the entrance of our cave, I shift into my humanoid form while keeping her secure in my arms. The enchanted gems embedded in the walls cast a soft, ethereal light across her features. Home, she murmurs sleepily, nuzzling closer to my chest. Yes, my treasure. I lay her gently on our bed of furs, pulling a blanket over her growing belly. She drifts off quickly, and I watch the steady rise and fall of her chest, memorizing every detail of her face. The small scar on her cheek catches the light, a reminder of everything she's survived. A woman born into a life of a slave, destined to become a leader of her people, and my mate. I smile to myself, the reality unnerving, yet completely blissful. My fingers trace patterns in the air above her, weaving protective spells that shimmer briefly before settling invisible around her. Ancient dragon magic, meant to shield what's most precious. I will burn the world to keep you safe, I whisper, though she's already deep in sleep. You and our child are worth more than all the gold in my hoard. The words feel different now. No longer about ownership, but about love. Something I never thought I'd understand, let alone feel so deeply. Together we drift into the embrace of sleep, our bodies a tangle of limbs, our hearts beating in unison. In this moment, I am whole, complete. The last vestiges of my old life, my old self, have been incinerated by the fierce, unyielding love of a human who dared to challenge a dragon, and I would not have it any other way.